Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We got those Trench Crusade busts we were talking about. We're going to do Stiggy and we're going to do Salty right here. So Salty and Stiggy, Stigmatic none. Eventually this is going to have the some blood drips going on down here. We got some references down on the bottom there. Actually, we'll switch them around this way. So this is the very first of our Iron Sultanate busts right here. Again, that's going to be lots of interesting, little intricate stuff going on in these areas here. Lots of kind of gold and brass. Hey there, Landrast. You got to start them early. So that was pretty cool. I got to say, Landrast looked like he was having fun, and I mean, if you can kind of get him introduced to it as early as possible, that's not a bad thing, right? Sector X. Hey there, Big Bob. Nice to see you. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for joining early here. So again, this is I think we've got, well, technically we've got three in this sort of plinth format right here. We're going to try and do some stained glass type window thing. We got another one here that we could do that with. That's kind of our Joan of Arc themed bust right there. So great to see you there, Big Bob. And Sector X, boy, more and more discovery. Oh, and Sector X, yeah, high tem. Well, it doesn't really work, except that it does actually have this new function for doing bas reliefs. Now, it's not quite, well, we'll discuss as time goes by. This is the first Trench Crusade bust that we did. Remember, that was based off of our character here. One of my favorite characters. I've had a blast. And that's so you can see kind of the original drawing and how it's kind of evolved along the way. Great to see you there, Camda. Sorry that it was all kind of buggy for you last night. That's just annoying. That is super annoying, right, Camda? Now, of course, last night was we did this, and then the small Galadriel that also went with that. So those were really fun to do. Again, that was the last night on stream. We're going to do our lighter dry brushy stuff like usual. I think this is going to get sort of like a Naples yellow type of lighter dry brush, and this is going to get just kind of a bluish gray because bluish gray. So Camden, if you want to share stuff in the chat like usual, please go ahead. So Sector X, yeah. And there's some new developments. Let's put it this way. And I don't know if anybody has seen the video that I posted. Now, I did not do the caveat of, well, there's no point in watching this because it just didn't work anyway. There were actual secret successes there. So you gotta watch it to find where the secret successes were. And again, I was super shocked. I was like, wait a minute, it can do this? Very, very, very unexpected. So let's just say I'm gonna. So Camden, there wasn't enough stuff I was already doing. I need to basically reverse engineer potentially all of the flats to create a whole new type of flat, which is, we're talking true bas reliefs. So Armored Wolf, remember some of those ones you saw? Was it in Florence? You sent me the pictures of those. Or was it Rome? I forget, you showed me pictures of them, and they were like genuine bas reliefs, right? Sculpted bas reliefs where the figure's almost stuck entirely out of the relief. Yeah, that's possible now. That's on the menu. And again, completely by accident. I had pretty much given up on doing any sort of flats like that. Now, there's limitations. No text, no patterns, unless you want those destroyed. So that's a never kind of thing you're ever going to have. That's a no bueno there, but opens it up to all other kinds of things. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Actually, Camda Recoil, he was saying that he was saying that. Yeah, the Hound was not appreciating the storm whatsoever. Squeak was not a fan of the storm. So great to see you there, Sector X. There's the developments keep coming so fast and furious. If I sent you a message, Sector X, like now, by tomorrow morning, it would be like 3 months ago news. It's all happening that fast. And again, you can see some of it in the latest tutorial that I just posted. And of course, I don't just bash on high tem the whole time. I I have a little fun at shall we say at Meshi's expense too. For whatever reason, high tem has a six-finger obsession. Be that as it may. But it actually does interesting things. It's kind of, it's a little bit more like Maker World in the way that it deals with flats or bas relief type things. Well, look at that. The voice is already going. Haven't hardly gotten underway, and the voice is mostly gone. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils. So check this out. Now you can kind of see that pattern. I could even zoom in maybe a smidge for right now. So yeah, you can see it a little bit better now. So look at that. It's even in the armor here. Look at this. It's not just in the plinth there. Look at that. Absolutely fabulous. So I never even got a chance, Cam, to try and film the or do the stuff with Maker, not Maker, the Windows 3D Builder, whatever, to try and hollow stuff. One of the things about high tem is that you time it with a calendar. And by a calendar, I don't mean a calendar that goes by days or months. You need just like a calendar that goes by decades. It's like, okay, here's 2020 to 2030. Don't bother, nothing in between. just have something that counts down 10 years from 2020 to 2030. Or in this case, 2026 to 2036. Because that's about how long it takes. I actually set up one test where I did a brand new render and 3 retries simultaneously in Meshi, and they were all done before the thing that I started in high tem, which was started before all those 4 other renders. That gives you a little bit of an idea. Now looky there, looky there. Might have to zoom this one out at times because it's a little bit more vertical, as we like to say here. Yes, this plus has some vertical tendencies to it. More dry, brushy stuff here. Again, we're going to do our glazy stuff too. It's what we do here. We do glazy things. Also words. Now I can really start to see details in our little cathedral here. Think, Amiens, Chartres, or let's see. Well, okay, Notre Dame, right? Whatever. Everybody always thinks of that. That is not the one that I think of first, because I believe that Amiens is taller, and that has to do with how they measured a unit. So let's see. The walls of the Kingdom of Heaven were 144 units tall. Was it 114? I think it was 144. So churches all wanted to be at 144, but they wanted to be the tallest, so they just used a different measurement. It's kind of like metric and English measurements before there was metric in English. Hey there, Mr. Cheshire. Wow, it's still a happy Saturday here. And it's gonna be for an hour and 40 minutes. That's crazy talk. Yes, that's what we'll. Let's put it this way: at Armored Wolf, all I was able to do was just like find a couple of pieces, literally a couple pieces of cheese, and snarf those down, so that we could get this thing rocking and rolling. So I'm hoping Big Bob and Mr. Cheshire that this earlier time makes it easier for you, because that was kind of the idea. And, you know, especially here during the winter time, that's kind of the what I'm going to try and do, at least on the Saturday stream. Again, unless I got to go out there shovel snow or something like that, the idea is maybe start as early as 9:30, but at least by 10. Hey, Bogus, how you doing? So Bogus, we actually did two figures last night. We did plus size and small Galadriel. Right there, that's another one of our homemade figs. Get a little bit more of our blue in here. So you can see, yeah, even though it's just the dry brushy stuff, already a difference between the two of them. So what I'm thinking of the here with our, especially flats like this one, some of the architectural ones where we've got, say, some of our palaces in the backdrop. I think those are the ones I want to reverse engineer. Even now, see again, the Arthurian ones, they have a problem because all of this stuff around the periphery, that's going to be toast. However, we could still take Arthur and then actually have kind of like my original paintings that I did years and years ago. Because I did a series of, I think I had done 6 paintings. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm going to try and turn some of my paintings into these type of bas reliefs. Yeah, so think. Sorry, I got to scroll up for a while to get to those things, but bear with me here. That is not the direction I wanted to scroll. It's this way. Not that, not that, not that. There we go. So these type of pictures here. Do I have any other ones? No, I thought I had some other ones there, but definitely this type. I was going to try and turn those basically into bas reliefs, but we're talking about like some serious depth to them. As in, they might be, well, depends on how big you print them, but they could actually have a lot of depth to them. One second here, I'm just trying to get back to my scene because I scrolled all the way past it. There we go. Alrighty. That's about as... Nah, I can go a little later here. Let me... Okay. I didn't need quite so much of that. Let's get that over here. Oh, thinner. Let's do this preemptively on our... Those are going to be the ones that are a problem there. Thanks, Bogus. Yeah, I think we're on the cusp of... Well, we're in the midst of like 5 revolutions simultaneously, but now we're on the cusp of another one. Again, due to a discovery that I made quite by accident. It was literally at the tail end of the last video. I was all just kind of like, well, alright, well, let's just try this and see what happens. And I went, you gotta be kidding me. What just happened here? So, yeah. More changes on the way. Now, let's start getting our Sultanate a little lighter here. There we go. And then we're going to, actually in here, it's probably going to be Payne's Gray Prussian Blue Glazy in there. Even though, yeah, this kind of got a gold whatever going on right now, what's going to go in there is actually more of a Payne's Gray, kind of a glazy type thing. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. Happy Saturday. And yes, it is still Miracle of Miracles. It's still Saturday here. Still got an hour and a half of Saturday. So, Dark Horse, hopefully time's been treating you well since the last time we convened. Sandbags there. Again, I'm going to try to get me some more of that light in here. Some more of this, some more of this, some more of this. Some of that, more of this. You can see, right, our initial dry brush, even that kind of is mixing there. So Mr. Cheshire, again, I hope that all is well with you. And of course, Dark Horse, Chesh, and Bogus, you guys want to share some stuffs in the chat there, stuff you've been working on. Why don't you do that, Sectrix? I wasn't sure. I know you've been super busy and all that, but if there's something you would want to share in the chat too, why don't you go ahead and do that? Oh, you can really start to see some of this texture pop up, right, Nurgle Matthew? So yes, Nurgle Matthew, it wasn't quite as early. I was about 9.5 minutes later than I was hoping to be. But given that, you know, okay, when did I start last night? And that was early. That was still an hour from now almost. And typically, well, a lot of the starts have been after midnight. Now you also might be seeing you might be getting very familiar with the backs of heads right here, because you might see the back of my head, because I got to sleep at about 11:15 in the morning. That's when I got to sleep. It's not when I woke up. That's when I got to sleep. Remember the that video I was talking about and the length of rendering times? Yeah. Had that been, shall we say, not such an extended rendering time, I might have gotten to sleep at 9:30 or 9:35. That's just how long those rendering times are. But I wanted to have that video out for folks. One last one in January. So that was the last January video. I know that it's going to be February 1st, but still, I count that as being out in January. I always try to have at least 10, somewhere between, well, 9 and 10 ideally. Sometimes it's 8 if there's stuff going on. I'm pretty sure this was a 9er. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I'm almost tempted to take me a little picture of... I'm going to do that. I almost never get the chance to do this, Cam, just take a little picture here of, especially of these earlier stages. Let me do this here, okay. One secola here. Just get a, I mean, it's not going to be ideal, but something's better than nothing. Oh, and also here's our Flat Thursday. Now, you think this had a lot of relief to it? Yeah. Now, the high temp did more like this, minus the frame. You could do an oval, actually, which seemed to be interesting, but then it seemed to also introduce some weird artifacts. Again, that's going to be a whole separate video on its own. That'll be part of painting flats or something like that. So yeah, it's going to be a thing on its own. All right, I'm just going to start doing some stuff on here because, well, this is kind of straightforward. We're going to want... Ooh, let me get my references up here too. One sec. Give me a sec here. Nope, that don't want it. There we go. So I want Stiggy over here and Sultan over there. Okay, so Stiggy going to get... this is Williamsburg, Van Dyke Brown, and then the Coal Black. Starting out with Stiggy. Oh, geez. Well, later on I'll get the... whatchamacallit out. I'll get the... Perline Crimson for all of our fabulous blood effects. Yeah, Cammed, I couldn't resist. What was that? Oh, yeah, Twiggy. That's right. In the 70s, there was that... I think there was a model named Twiggy or something like that. Not sure. Just... For some reason, Stiggy just got stuck in my head there. Hey there, Pick. How you doing? Everybody please give Pikmin or a follow. So, Pikmin, I know you got stuff you can share. And Pick, if you also want to let folks know, because I know you got classes you're doing at Adepticon there. if you want to let folks know what kind of classes you're doing and what they're about and maybe what day they are, something like that. Why don't you do that? Okay, so I'm not imagining things then. Twiggy is that was a thing way back in the day. All right, I thought so. So you can see this is sort of a pin line one, not completely until, well, see? Look at this. See that? Have capillary action, will travel, right, Camden? Look at this. Oh, also, if I keep doing this, see how it's starting to blend together right there? How's about some of that over here? Look at this. So now that I'm brushing this in, see it's mixing with the lighter stuff we put there. Here, not so much. Over here, gonna do that again. So I didn't put any new stuff on the brush. I'm just like, grab me some of this over here. Now we're gonna put some of this over there. Then we refresh. Boom, like that. This is I've been really liking this Gamda, this concept right here. All right, so texture Thursday, and a Friday class, skin tone class on Friday. So a Zorn palette skin tone on Friday. Is that a Friday afternoon pick or a Friday evening class? I know. When I heard you, I thought you were talking about our BSG robots, our toasters, our BSG toasters. Doing this. Right there. So the darker primer concept Camda with the use of, well, the alkyds, which I know we've been kind of calling it post glaze and we've kind of given it other names. Now here, this is more of a paint, and again, this is another thing right here. This Payne's gray we're using. Yeah, there's no way this would be really utilized that much otherwise, because it's not a staining color unless it's the Williamsburg Payne's gray, in which case it's indigo. So it's like, well, yeah. Get that all the way down here. I thought we already had this over here, but I guess not. Alright, fine. Fine. We'll do this. Get in there. So this is starting to look very different, right? Again, I might snap me a little picture of this here. So Thursday evening, Friday evening. So again, for folks doing the Adepticon things, check out the info that Pick was just sharing, and also Pick's does the streaming too. So if you want to let him know when your next stream is going to be, or when you kind of think it's going to be, when you're shooting for it, maybe, just let folks know. Come on, let's rock and roll with this in here. I think we done got it. Oh, nope. Nope. We got some more. Now with the Sultanate guy over there, it's gonna be a little different story. I mean, we've shifted, as you can see, kind of shifted from a warmer to a more cooler, more neutral. Warm neutral to a cooler neutral, I guess you could say. So Mountain Standard Time, 1 p.m. Pikmin Horror gonna be streaming. So Pick, is it gonna be some more Adepticon, maybe contest stuff, whatevs that you'll be working on there? All right, now we're there. Okay, I'm gonna say we are the well, with the exception of that one little spot over there. Okay, good. Now you can see difference that makes. All right, you go off to the side. Our Sultan here, we're gonna maybe shift to a different. I'm just gonna use you. Oh, geez, I still got to get me some of these. These are on Dick Blick, right, Armored Wolf? Or no, I think it's got to be Hobby Lobby. It must be Hobby Lobby then. It's been a while. I don't remember. Well, if it's been longer than 2 minutes ago, not gonna remember, cause yet I don't do memory things, right? Right, Camden. I don't do memory stuff. No, I want to get me more of the Indian yellow there. So, you know what? I'm gonna make that a little more neutral. Yep, I'm gonna get me some of my That's what I want. That's what I want to see there. We're gonna come back over this with something maybe got a little bit of Terra Rosa in it. Great to see you there, Blades. Everybody, please give Blades 81 to follow. So, Blades, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? So, Blades, is it still snowing? Yeah, but actually, I heard from AD. Yeah, AD Creation says that they've had 10 inches of snow. It's still snowing down there. And of course, AD being from right around here, yeah, we were joking that 10 inches that they've got is 10 inches more than they're used to dealing with. And of course, Armored Wolf, why don't you share the Insta link? Actually, Armored Wolf, I wasn't joking. That one of Erebus there, that's gonna get. I mean, that should get about 20 bazillion views on whatever, whether it's Instas, anything. It should get all the views. So I hope that you're kind of doing okay there, Blades. I know it's been a little, it's been somewhat chaotic. Again, here's hoping that things get a little bit easier. That they seem to have kind of quieted to a light roar for at least right now. And same thing there, Camden. Here's hoping that stuff kind of gets a little bit more mellow for you there. You know what? I'm going to do this. Let's go bonkers here. I'm going to actually, come on. It's a little bit of our violet in with that asphaltum. Yes, indeed. Look at that. We're doing that here. Think of it almost like pre-weathering. Yeah, Blades. Again, here's just hoping that I get a little tranquility finds its way in there. Even even if it's just a day or two. Sometimes that's you're like, okay, look, just give me 24 hours here to reset the pins so you can knock them down again. It's like, don't be throwing the ball down the lane while I'm standing there setting up the pins. So again, that's got a little bit of the reddish brown to it there. That's fantastic there, Dark Horse. Actually, Dark Horse, the way, because the camera boom is partially blocking my view, so I read that as nano camo. And I was thinking like, well, that digital camo, nano camo. Now, of course, that's different than nano camels, which are microscopic water-carrying, stuff in the desert. Gonna get again some of our darks down in there. This here. Again, you can kind of see some of that start to emerge. Gonna get a little bit of that Painsy gray we were talking about here. Fine, let's just have that rock and roll back in there. Also here. More. more. Back to our rusty stuffs here, or preliminary rust, like this. Again, lots of juicy capillary action. Look at that. You can see we're kind of letting things change color there. Same thing here. See a little color change there. And of course, Cam, the nano camels are different than what were they? Oh yeah, they were the bio drones. Yes, the Canada geese used first created by the ancient Welsh Landians to predict weather. They lost control of them and they escaped into Canada. So Velfair was about 10:07 our time. 10:07, 10:08, something like that. Nope. Back to maybe some of this right here. So was there more snow there, Valfera, or did you finally catch a break with the snow? I'm going back to that Payne's Gray. Going back to that. There we go. You know what? A little more. A little more. So Pikmin, again, good luck on the stream tomorrow, of course. And, well, good luck on all the Adepticon prep. I mean, it's a lot of it, right, Pikmin? The classes, they take a ton of prep time. Let's see. So 32 minutes ago, both of these had absolutely zippo in the way of paint on them. They had no paint whatsoever. It's all happened in the last 32 minutes, 49 seconds. So Blades, why don't you share your stuff there in the chat? So Velfira, I don't know. Well, check out that video. Check out the latest Patreon vid. Let's just say that there was already endless amounts of work to do here. That video just created many hours more, like days more work. And there's not enough days to do the already days work there. Well, Pick, and safe travels in advance there, Pick. In case I don't see you on stream before then. Safe travels, getting on over to Adepticon. See that? See that? That's got that little hint. Oh, look at that. See, it kind of brings out our texture right there. You know what? I'm going to do a little smidgel of that right there. No. This is... No, I'm not going to introduce the Indian yellow just yet. Let me do this first. Let me do this first over here. So Dark Horse, I think... Well, I know which chapter we're really following. We're following kind of a couple different chapters of the Book of Wapol here. We're definitely... Did I already scroll past that? I might already scroll past it. 1 second. I tend to because it's in a different place now. There it is. Yeah, there we go. So I kind of went past my new Book of Wapol there. Now, of course, when we start out, it's bound to be messy. We are not taking one small little tiny bit of this thing and painting it till it's done. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Blaze just shared. And, of course, this was something We're going to demonstrate this with last night's figure, right, Valfera? Because that was wow. Now, we're not really going to have a whole lot of metal here. Not a whole lot of reflective metal, for sure. Now, here's something right here. So see this thing here where it says oils can be thin but not diluted? This ain't acrylics. You could take, and our things last night really proved it, didn't they, Valfera? You can take white, you can put 95% thinner, guess what? It's still going to act like white. Not going to happen with the acrylics. And of course, less is more and more is way too much. Now we can show you the, shall we say, practical applications of such things here. So, move you over there. Now, there's some things in here. There's still primer. That dark brown primer that you saw on these here, there's still some of that dark brown primer showing through right here. That's how little paint there is in some areas of this. We did the same deal, the dry brushy stuff like we did. Then we started doing the glazy stuff. However, here, in these areas, the glaze was an opaque. It was a lighter opaque glaze. It wasn't dark like this or like what you're seeing here. Not like that. Now, let's go Twilight Wraith here. Oh, geez, I still got to make those Twilight Wraiths, Velfera. As we take away the color, again, that turquoise is gone, the greens are gone, the violets are gone, the skin tone all gone. Yeah, there's still shading, but okay, check out this veil here. Watch what happens with the veil when we bring back the colors. Oh, wait a second. There's a little bit of yellow in there from the hair. You do not see that because it's the same value. This turquoise, right, and the violet and the bluish stuff, that's all the same value. That is not a value contrast. That is a color contrast. Really important there. So Valfera, it's all about the, again, basically having to re-engineer potentially almost all the flats. Well, I mean, not all of them because only a portion of them are going to be suitable for what I want to do. But then there's also, again, the Twilight Ring Race that I want to make because I think those are going to be super fun. And then, of course, Miwa's Middle Earth War at Sea. I'm going to try to have at least some kind of printout for the video so that when we're sketching up the ships, I want people to see definitively these ships are not just like, it's not, we're not just rando making up designs. We are making ship designs to match a rule system. So that is yet another thing I got to work on, is at least have some kind of printout of what the ship types are and their purposes just in general within the framework of the game itself. So yeah, Dark Horse, it's Miwa's. Dark Horse, the Harad ships, they're some of my favorites because, well, you've seen the Oliphants, right, with the howdahs on them. Their ships are sort of like floating Oliphants of varying sizes. So at the top of the masts, and some of them, it's basically just like a giant floating howdah, with the idea that they're going to, they're just, it's all about archery. So they want to get close, but not too close. The Dwarven ships, I've already done a couple. Think Union River Monitors, the Ironclad River Monitors. So that's kind of your dwarf, because I mean they're not ocean going. They're not really, that's not their vibe. However, guarding rivers would be a thing. Also, troop transports is a thing. Gondor ships, very heavy, kind of like floating castles. Dol Amroth ships, kind of a tweener. Say between more of an elven ship and a Gondorian ship. Well, we all know what Corsair ships are like. More Indian yellow here. There we go. The Farharad ships are catamarans made entirely of wicker. And their sails kind of resemble Zulu shields. And the prow of their ships have kind of like a stylized sort of camel's head. And, well, let's just say they want to get even closer because they want to get you with those poison darts. So I'm trying to basically take the the Middle-earth sort of weaponry that each one kind of specializes in. Oh, and the dwarves are going to have ballistas, yeah, on their river monitors. All right, you can see some of the differences in some of the tones right there. Actually, Valfira, I want to do both. I want to do the flats and the miniatures. All right, I'm going to take me just... This is maybe the last picture I'll take, but there's something fun about having that. Okay. I think we can go back to... So this one we're going to let set. We can go back to this, because you can see that's not as shiny as this. That means we can start doing some work in that area right there. Well, he ain't going to be happy there, Velfera, because they will be somewhat bigger than the Mantic ships. But the medium-sized ships will be not a whole lot bigger than this. Obviously, the big ships will probably, like the biggest flagships, will probably be twice this size, 2.5 times that size. And I think we're going to stick with... Do I want to... No, we're going to go warmer with it. I think we're going to stick with the concept of... maybe not that warm. Get me some of this over here. The rectangular base concept, because, well, boarding is going to be a thing. So I think we need to... accommodate for that. All right, look at this here. Look at that. Just a dry brush. Yet it's wet blending. Huh? Look at that. Looky there. Yep. Now, of course, the Lothlorien Navy is going to be exclusively swimming trunks for obvious reasons. So they're gonna have some different rules there. Again, they're gonna be like the Italian frogmen in World War II. They can sneak into Alexandria naval base there and set a whole bunch of mines and charges against the hulls. All right, more of this blue here. You can see that's a little bit shiny, but guess what? It mixes in, right, with what we are doing. Skin tone gonna be kind of on the pale side because, you know, stigmatic nun and all that. Well, better yet, Valfera. Ultimately, what would we like to see since we have, I don't know, 28 millimeter ships, Valfera? Yeah, you actually play out you can potentially play out a full-scale 28 millimeter combat at sea, that was the whole goal, wasn't it? Yeah, instead of a boarding action like, okay, roll a couple of dice, it's like, well, no, why don't you just grab a whole bunch of your miniatures there and fight it out on a 28 millimeter ship? Which, well, we're gonna have to figure out even more things to make that part of it happen. Because yes, I've got some 28 mil ships. I will have to make a whole bunch of other ones. She might need a couple of. She might need a little bit of like a protein shake or something, Camda. She might want a protein shake. So here we're actually almost using that light blue as our dry brushy thing right here. We'll continue. Again, look at this. We're kind of making a micro filbert out of that. Now, again, where it's super shiny there, again, I'm just going to grab that. I'm going to take that over here. Look at this. I'm going to take that, and I'm just going to bring that over here. And I'm actually just going to paint with it because why not? So Valfera, like we've been talking all along, these ships It's like Battlefleet Gothic to 40K. Battlefleet Gothic determines, okay, was the space battle, did that happen? Were you victorious? Yes. If you are victorious, you can now invade the planet, and then, well, a game of 40K ensues, right, Valfera? That was the whole point of all of these. Now I don't have the elf. Do I have the elven ship? I don't think I have the elven ship. However, I do again have. Whoops. Well, for our miniatures there, they will be occupying. But how the heck did they get all the way down here? Yeah. So that's why we're doing these 28mm ships. Again, I don't have the elven ship, sadly. Don't have that. But that elven ship is what, 3 feet long? That's the whole reason why we've been doing those. But all I've got is two types. I have two different Corsair ships. And then I've got the one ship that I'm going to say is my Easterling. I have no Dwarven ships. I have no Harad ships. I have no Far Harad ships. Therefore, I will have to make those. Can't mess around with this yet. Still two shinies down there. Still two shinies. Again, look at this. It's a bit of dry brush right there. This here. Now it's going to be real interesting as I try and fit. Well, that's where Ryan is going to be very helpful in this, because Ryan, having a pretty good working knowledge of ZBrush, might be able to split up those into printable parts. Because that Harad flagship, that's going to be as big. That's going to be like 3 feet long. In 28 mil. Now, in the small scale, it might be as long as this. That's probably as big as that'll be. And again, that is the giant flagship. And what kind of gave me the idea was Conquest Creations. He did these Harad, basically tents, and they look very much like the Howdahs. And I went, wait a minute. That looks really nifty as a tent. Initially, I was thinking, okay, yeah, they would probably have tents on top. It's sort of like almost like Viking longships with Howdahs on them. So think that. Viking longships with basically Oliphant-style Howdahs on top of them. Bigger the ship, more Howdahs, bigger Howdahs. How does you do? Wow, look at that. That's pretty well set there. See how that's all mixing right there? Now, let me squeegee some of the paint out of here. Terra Rosa. Some of our violet too, what the heck. So we gotta get starting to get some skin tone in here. It can't all just be the gray. But see how that's mixing there? Look at that. That'll tell you it's mixing. Look at how dark that is. That is the glazy stuff that we just put on there. Again, we're going to refresh because, oof, look at all that mixing into the brush there. Right, Artemichael? Artemichael, why don't you share some Blood Bowl stuff? Share some Blood Bowl stuff. So, Artemichael, you still got the nice heavy snow going on there. Snow apocalypse. There used to be an eastern seaboard. Now there's not anymore. Yet, Velfira, the reason I was kind of hesitant on the kind of this all-out portion of it is because I was like, how in the world am I going to make the tiny ships? I was basically like, okay, do I just sculpt them out of modeling clay and we just use them? I mean, I was seriously thinking of just sculpting them myself out of Sculpey and just like, okay, we'll just use these. Ooh, you know what? I would like a little semi-transparency there, maybe. Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. Great to see you last night. Grey Wolf on a 3 streak. So Belfira, Camda, Landrast, are you guys like on 63 or something like that now? Because I swear a couple of streams ago you guys all got your 60th. Arid's probably in the same range there. You must be again, if not like maybe even 64. Who knows? Maybe Monday or for sure Thursday will be 65. I don't know if it starts just going by 10 increments. So, ooh, I was that's interesting, Camda, because math is also one of the things I don't normally do. Right? I certainly don't do dates. I don't do names. I don't do times. But normally all I do is just words. But apparently I can do math. Look at that. Yeah. More of our skin tone there. So you could see how that darker glaze stuff has blended in with their skin tone. Now I don't even have to like screw around with, okay, do I add some greens or violets or something like that to get something besides, say, a more rosy skin tone? I don't have to. It's already on there. It's already there. Now, how about our Sultanate here? So that's kind of set. We can, we're going to give a little longer. Give you a little longer there. Yeah, Cam, I wasn't sure if that one was going to work. I got to say, I was like, we'll try it. I was pleasantly surprised. That was on the first try, too, Camda. Now, of course, not sure when this happened, but I can do 10-second animations now, which bodes very well for all of our music videos, which need, again, a little bit of visual explanation. Look at this. Look at that, huh? This is a little bit like work. Yeah. As in, I just take this stupid junky craft brush, I throw some lighter paint on, I just use 2 fingers and just drag the brush over the top, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'll just stop there. Good enough. We do another reason we want kind of the skin lighter, the fabric lighter, all that stuff is because we want all of our stigmata to be prominently featured. And again, it's going to get a wee bit, shall we say, bloody on this one here. The Sultanate one, not so much, but this one, yeah. And again, once it's dry, which hopefully will be, I think it will be dry enough by what? Well, for sure by Monday morning to add the dirty down. Because I'm gonna use the, yeah, I'd like to use our Hurling Crimp Zone for some of the initial blood effects. I don't think I'll use anywhere near as much of the Alkyd medium as I have for some of the other Trench Crusade stuff. And again, the latest Trench Crusade, or the latest Army Showcase video is a Trench Crusade video. That is on the YouTube channel as we speak. It's got probably 95% of all of the Trench Crusade stuff that I've painted, whether that's on stream, whether that's in tutorials. I know I've got an army painting series on Trench Crusade that's on the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. I've got a vehicles workshop series on essentially a Trench Pilgrim vehicle. Look at this. Again, it could be easier than this. I'm not quite sure how. I mean, how do you physically make it easier than that? I don't know. No clue. Do I have a zoom here? Am I zoomed in? I'm zoomed in as far as I can be. Okay. Just wanted to see. So everybody check out the Insta link that Arda Michael shared. Let's do that. And I can only do so much of this before we have to move on to something else. I would think, I think our veil here. Now we're not going to make that translucent like our Galadriel veil last night. We're also not going to have turquoise and all this other, the violets and stuff, right? Because little more grim dark or Jim dark, as we like to say, Uber Yeti, right? Great to see you there, Oobs. So Uber Yeti, you want to share some stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. And Uber Yeti, the latest video, oh my gosh, literally at the very end of it was a stunning, shocking discovery, which hopefully is going to lead to a lot of real interesting things. Let me get a little. Oops. Okay, maybe not that much of the blue. But once again, we've got kind of a little a micro filbert there. We drag this across the top, and what do we see? You can see there's paint there, right? Because that is mixing all along the way. Look at that. Yeah, Uber Yeti, in Camda's stream, right? Yeah, I got to sleep somewhere around 11:15 or so this morning. So, again, there might be a brief pause to go get some more medicine, or in this case, more of our energy drink. So Uber Yeti, here's hoping that you can have a little bit of a mill out, a little bit of a chill out, and then a little bit of a sleep in. Looky there. It's just like what we're doing with the skin. Now it's fabrics. Just mixing a little bit of that violet there. Just changing my angle so I got a better approach here. That should be a little lighter. Let's get our crown of thorns. I would like that to have maybe a hint of our Mars Yellow Deep. So I won't mess with this here. We'll leave that be. Bring in some more of that here. Got a couple more little creases and folds and such. Bang right here. Yep. Now we got to sneak our brush in there. Bring in some light there as well. Drag this down. More light there. I think with their little Rosarius here, I suppose we can just go with red. But, I mean, we got all the stigmata so close to it. I think we might have to go with something else. Maybe not even the whole gemstone thing. With all, yeah, you know what? If we're doing the stained glass window stuff down there, maybe, yeah, maybe not too much. Oh, look at this. We're just about 1 hour in. We're getting there. Almost 1 hour in. And again, thanks to everybody for stopping by. That's appreciated. Now, when it comes to the Monday stream, I got no clue. You could even be seeing some test some test Miwas ships. Depending how that goes, yeah, who knows? You might be seeing some of those. Um, I only have a few credits left, so I'm not so sure, and I think it would probably have to be some of these smaller ships, not the big flagships. Again, I also want to film the process of making them. Now here, not going to go too far down with this lighter stuff because we kind of want that to be sort of stained, right? We already got it here. Why would I want to paint over effectively the weathering right there, right, Ryan? Ryan, actually, Ryan, get this. Remember the base that you made, and it was doing all kinds of wacky things in Shadowbox. The same exact file, I was able to kind of just repair it and save it like normal. Same file, didn't do anything different. It's just like, what is going on here? But Ryan, big time development. I don't know if you saw the video. I've got some files, the pictures to show you there. That, my goodness, when you see that, you'll be like, no way, no way that happened. So Ryan, if you want to share your oil painting links there, please go ahead. Ryan also paints with the oils. Landrest, I don't know if you wanted to share maybe some of your Brett's, your Bretonian, or your Blood Bowl team, or your Schmeesh Marines, or anything. Let me do this right here. So again, the timing of it is a little bit awkward because I believe my credits renew on the 4th, which would be Wednesday, which is not Armada Monday. Much as I've turned Armada Monday into Armada Tuesday, that still ain't Wednesday. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Again, some fabulous oil painted stuff. Now, while I got this lighter stuff, I'm just going to grab that Mars Yellow Deep. Let me literally just these 2 fingers on that brush. And we're just going to drag that right along the surface here. So Ryan, yeah, I was hoping that this would be early enough for you to at least be able to catch a little bit of it without having to stay up too late. Again, look at that, that's mixing. So what do? We refresh that brush over there. Now, did we do anything on the others? We kind of did a little something on the other side. Same lighter dry brushy stuff here. Still not gonna mess with this because you can see we got the shiny stuff going on. I'm not gonna play around with that. There's no point in doing that. We're almost getting to the stage where we should actually move on over to our Iron Sultanate guy. Well, I mean, might as well. We're starting to get into our gold-ish type colors here. Well, look at that. Look at that. Bring a little more into here. So Valfira, is it any wonder that winter has really set in? Because we are in the full-on throes of the time of great darkness and sorrow. It's the first Saturday and Sunday with no college football and not even any NFL football to be seen. I mean, that is no wonder we're in the depths of winter. It's kind of like Middle Earth there, the long winter. Okay, see, there's still a little bit shiny there, so we're not gonna hit that. Not gonna hit these shell casings over here either. but I think here on the gas mask, that is, see, even there, it hasn't quite set enough yet. We got to be kind of judicious about what we do here. Now here, I can do some of that dry brushy stuff because that paint has had a chance to set. So Ryan, I'm trying to even explain when I went to during the video. All I want to do is see what would happen with a bas relief with those. Well, you actually, I think you might even have some of those pictures there, Ryan. It actually created almost like a. In some cases, it created a full miniature diorama out of the bas relief. Thank you so much, Arid. Everybody, please give Eridican Wife a follow. So, Arid, I saw that you started at 3. I hope that the stream was a blast. I'm sure that it was. So, Ryan, yeah, again, Ryan, I got a lot of stuff, a lot of pictures to show you. And, Ryan, again, if I sent you those pictures there of the bas reliefs, just toss those into Meshy and see what you get. I think you might get some pretty shocking results. If it's anything like what I saw. And again, I was like triple shocked because I went, wait, you can do, wait, it did that? You will be absolutely stunned, I think, by what you see. Oh no, that should. Well, sorry that you had a little bit of a mischief there with the skin tone. Actually, Ryan, that's where the asphaltum and that chromium oxide green mix would be good. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty effective mix right there. So Arid, why don't you share? Why don't you share your usual Arid links there? And everybody again, please give Arid Wife a follow. Arid does all kinds of again super fabulous jewelry. Yeah, you can kind of see it's a little bit of a bluish stuff going on in there. Just a little bit. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Eridican Wife just shared. And again, please give Eridican Wife a follow. See, I can kind of do a little bit of dry brushy stuff, but not too much. You can see it. That's still kind of wet there, right? Still kind of wet. As in, like, very glazy. Let me get a little something on there. How is Stiggy doing here? That is still... no, I'm not going to try and do any lighter stuff over that. I will, however, try to do some stuff in our cloth here. I will take the black and that violet. Is that going to be too close to what we got? So more violet. Okay, fine. I'll even throw some Egyptian, well, doxazine violet in there. Yeah, there's no Egyptian violet out there. So again, everybody check out that link that Arid posted. And Arid, I'm super glad that the stream was fabulous. I mean, I know it's a little bit different time for you. This is a little bit different time for me. Because it's 11:20. Just think of it this way, Valfred. Normally the stream hasn't been starting for almost a half hour yet. Great to see you there, Rocket. Which means I can still say it's a happy Saturday here. We've been painting for over an hour and it's still a happy Saturday. This is am I on New Zealand time now, Camda? Because now I'm not on Melbourne time anymore. Yeah, I don't think I'm on Melbourne time anymore. That's way too dark, but much like our Galadriel, right, that had all of the. So see that? See that in my shadow? You can see that violet there? Alright, where'd she go? Look what's in the shadows over here. See, we got the turquoise in the shadow. Here, it's more of that dirty violet in the shadows there. Am I on Tomawumba time there, Camda? Let me. I'm getting. Well, let's see. Is Hobart the same time zone as Melbourne? I'm guessing that Adelaide is a little behind Melbourne. Maybe. Is it an hour behind Melbourne? Rocket, if you want to share any of the Schmeesh Marines in the chat there, please go ahead. And again, folks that are maybe doing Adepticon projects, we're wishing you the best of luck on all your Adepticon projects. Well, Rocket, ooh, yeah, well, geez, hey, Rocket, maybe, I don't know if you can share the banners or something like that. That might be helpful for some folks to see. I do words, right, Camda? It says I do words. It does not say how well I do the words. It just says that I do words. So maybe you know what? I'm gonna go with the, okay. Yeah, oh, this could be interesting. Let me, fine. We're gonna roll here, with our Prussian blue. And we're gonna have that go here. This, we don't lay claim to the coherency of the words, right, Camda? We just, we do the words. It doesn't say I do coherent words or sentences. It just says I do words in no particular order with no particular meaning. There, I will maybe take a little bit more of that Prussian blue, a tiny touch of the violet there. So look at that Prussian violet. Well, I'm glad that you've been able to do some painting, and especially with the oils there. For sure, Rocket. Gotta get the blue out of there. Oh, you know what? I gotta refresh the, here, drop a thinner there, and then also here, I'm remembering. Oh, you know what? That too. I am remembering there, Camda. To keep this stuff a little bit more active. Last night, ooh, things got a little bit grainy. Because I forgot to chuck out some of the thinner onto our paints there. Don't often get a chance to paint eyes that are closed, which, well, if you watch the video, you will see a rather humorous incident with eyes that it couldn't decide, are they supposed to be closed or are they supposed to be open? So it did both. Yeah, you might find it somewhat curious. Getting the paint out of this and any kind of cleaner so that this could be utilized as a blending brush. Here, let's move our, again, this is their Sultanate. These are the two busts that we are going to be working on. Great to see you again, Tatley. So, Tatley, I hope that all is well for sure. Going great. Nah, that's way too chunky. Let's thin that stuff down a little more. That way. Also this way. Blending brush, where you hiding? Here we are. Blending brush again. Just take you. And we'll feather that out. Why spend a whole bunch of time doing a bunch of layers? Hashtag no layers. That's our approach. Well, Tatley, I hope that the Crimson Brush went well. And Tatley, if there's anything you want to share from Crimson Brush, of course, drop that into the chat. So again, here's hoping that you had some success there, some fun there, all the good stuff. Nope, that's not the blending brush. This is the blending brush here. That is more like it. More of that light here. Okay, we're trying to get this as light as we can because we have all of these stigmatic wounds and all that kind of stuff that we want to do. Now that's fantastic, Tatley. Congratulations. Congratulations. So everybody check out that Instagram post that Tatley just posted. Again, Tatley, congratulations. And that's the Crimson Brush. I know that you are working very hard on that stuff for it there, Tatley. So again, congratulations. What are we doing here? Okay. There we go. Again, trying to get a little bit of light up there and then on that edge too. And then we'll come back with some of that violet stuff as well. Blending brush here. Is nice. More of that in here. Also there. Bring it down this way. But not too much. Not too much. How are we looking here? Yeah, we're starting. We're finally starting to lose the last of our shiny stuff there. So we'll be able to get back to our Iron Sultan. I think I've only got one Iron Sultanate bust printed out so far. I've got one or two more that are in the queue. There was no way I could do printing stuff today. Also, what was weird, we kind of entered that phase where it was somewhat warmer during the day, which meant that it got that much colder downstairs. Would have been almost better off if it was only like 3-4 degrees outside instead of about 24-ish. So again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Tatley shared. Again, congratulations on your Crimson Brush results. Speaking of brush, we have a blending brush. Is that what we'll have to call our painting contest, Valfira? The blending brush? You can see that. That's a little bit lighter. And we want to make this Some of this has to be lighter, so again, that the stigmata really kind of jumps out at you. Hey there, Chiron. So it is 11:30 at night here, which again is very early by our standards here. Yeah, it is 11:30 at night here. So Chiron, great to see you back. Great to see you back there, Bandar. More of our... No, let's grab Mr. Blending Brush. Let's do this. Let's do that. All right. That. And this. Oh, come on a little bit here. There we go. You know, let's lighten the... Oh, yeah. If we're going to have that stigma right here, we got to lighten this up. Yep. Let's make this lighter here. So, yeah, what's interesting... Oh, yeah. So, it's 11:32 now. About 12 hours ago, that's when I got to sleep. That was, again, about 11:15 this morning. That's when I finally got to sleep. Things did not go as planned with the filming of that video. Again, not necessarily all bad stuff. But, again, I thought maybe at the latest about 9:30-ish, maybe 9:45 at the very latest is when I'd be getting to sleep. It turned out to be a little later than that. But it was worth it. Now, of course, the alarms were all set for the same time. They were not reset for an 11-something sleep time. They were set for, well, a 8:30 sleep time. Again, that's why we will probably be refreshing our rations of medicine there at least once during the stream. It's very difficult to paint when your eyes are in this position right here, when they are closed and there is no consciousness. For whatever reason, that seems to have a negative effect on live streaming. I don't know why, but it just seems to. Now, Camden, we're going to give another shot to streaming today since Twitch was being uncooperative in the stream. Well, technically still earlier today. Wow. Hour and 23 minutes in, and I can still say happy Saturday. That's crazy talk right there. That's insane. That's bonkers. That's crazy town. Usually, right about now is when I'm trying to get paint down on the palette, trying to set the graphics. Again, I gotta get me some of that. Look at, see that violet right there? Again, that is very much like what we did with our turquoise on last night's Galadriel. Do we? You know what? I'll just use this. All right, we got it here. Is this right about the correct value? Looks that way. It would seem to be. More of that here. Whoa, look at that. Yep, that is having a nice impact there. Oh, that's a little bit dark. Now making it more of a mid-tone sort of a deal in there. Let's expand Yeah, like here said, it's all just a whole bunch of our Van Dyke Brown and such. Now we're trying to inject a little more. A little more there. Okay. Violet in here. Just squish that in there. Pull that down here. Push that over here. Yeah, let me do a little. Ooh, definitely over here. Again, some of that violet down over here. This is almost ready to rock and to roll. And again, we're going to do some, the rose window there, that. So these two, I think we're not going to do, well, we'll maybe do the rose window here. I was thinking not in these two areas. I was thinking this is, I don't want to do too much of the rose window stuff. Now, if I do the rose windows, what I had thought about doing was, just like we're going to do the blood drips here from the stigmata, I was thinking after the fact, I would maybe put some, either if it's some of our heavy gloss gel on some parts of the windows just to give them that extra little hint of a little shine, glass and all that. Because reasons. Come on, get me that violet up there. So, Cameron, I hope that everything is going well. Some very fun discoveries over the last few days has led to the, again, we're going to be working on our Middle Earth War at Sea game. So, if possible, you might see some of the first test prints or some test concepts of our own Middle Earth War at Sea warships. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be one of the Harad ships. Much as I would love to do those, that's probably some of the most complex stuff. I would gather that the dwarf ships would be the most simple ones, because again, basically river ironclads, river monitors. Well, maybe some of the smaller support ships. Again, the Gondorian ships, think somewhere kind of between a cross between a carrack and a caravel. Much boxier. Emphasis on the forecastle. Definitely more of a, trying to make it a basically a land war at sea for Gondor. There may be, the Avenger bolt thrower, that's right. So I think their mid-range ships and above will have the Avenger bolt thrower on them. Those not familiar with Middle Earth strategy battle game, that is not one of the more beloved Gondorian weapons right there. Because it has a tendency for its point value to do a whole lot of nasty for not a whole lot of points. Your Corsair ships, ramming arbalests, that's going to be kind of the Corsair method. We even have them on the eyes too. This is going to be super fun. Dwarves, heavily armored ships, super slow, not reliant on wind. They do about as well in the open sea as the Monitor did, as in it sank. It wasn't exactly a hurricane either. It was like, look, a light gust of wind. Well, there it goes. More of our light here again. The kind of a much paler type of skin here for sure. Look at that. here. Let's get some nostrils going there. Just trying to lighten this up, keeping it got limited as far as the color. We're not gonna be putting any rosé in the cheeks here. I'll tell you that. When you see all this, you can see there's the references down there, especially this middle one. You can see what's coming. That's where we're headed with this, which is another reason why we're kind of trying to bring in as much of this light as we can, because again, more we're going to be able to emphasize that stigmata even more if we do that. I think, well, I mean, there's essentially white cloth there. We better get some reflected light on the chin and the jaw. Let's do that now. And of course, again, everybody please give Canada Paints a follow. Canada Paints with the oils. And it is very valuable for you to see as many folks working with the oils as possible, like in Ganes. And again, everybody check out that Insta link that Ryan shared, because Ryan has a lot of really fantastic oil painted minis. Because you never know, some might have a method or a methodology that suits you a little bit better, or maybe they're doing a genre, or maybe they're just maybe more at the same, shall we say, same part of the oil painting journey as you. And that can make a big difference, right, Camden? Now, when you see somebody who's, well, okay, their oil painting journey has been going on for decades, that's a slightly different perspective. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, it might have been using the oil paints for a little while here. Just a teensy bit. Let me do some of that there. Oh, I might want to. Well, of course, I'm going to try and get me a little bit of this green in here, because if we're going to do the stigmata, the red, and all that kind of stuff, well, a little bit of green would not hurt, I have to say. Yeah, I'm going to do it. We're doing it. Extra pasty. So like Irid was saying, now, of course, Bandar, if you see the latest tutorial video I did with the backdrop for my Trench Crusade stuff, this is how I was holding the brush. Again, if you were ever seen doing this, brush was taken, well, first you were given a warning. If you did this again, the brush was just taken out of your hand, and you just sat there looking a little bit foolish with no brush in your hand while everybody else was painting. This is also to get that lighter. So again, I just got 2 fingers on it. Look at this. See this here? That's an evolutionary fail right there. That is unnecessary. Look at this. That's all we need. No thumb on that brush. Nice light grip right there. Because, and this is true with the acrylics as well, but especially true with the oils. One of the reasons we're not ripping paint off of here, well, guess what? It's that light grip on the brush. If we got a death, I've seen people like this. I'm like, okay, you're going to punch the figure? You're going to stab it. What you doing with that? That seems a right bit ornery. That seems somewhat aggressive towards your miniature. I'm just saying. Another thing, too, is that, well, of course, when you paint for as potentially many hours as I do in a day, which, there were days where the average paint session was 14 hours or more. A death grip on the brush gets really tiring. Lighter grip on the brush, less tiring. And for the folks that have kind of adopted that lighter grip on the brush, they said, yeah, you know what? Not quite so beat after a session there. I don't feel quite so tired. Again, because you weren't spending the entire time you were painting trying to assassinate the miniature, like Julius Caesar style or something. Let me do this here. A little more. Too much of that. Fine, we'll just use this as a micro blending brush there. Now again, this was our very first Trench Crusade bust. We even did, look at that, we used weathering powders on a bust. We did. Now again, some of the other ones we got coming up here. We've got our War Profiteer. We've got, this is one of my new Antioch busts right there. This one's going to be kind of, there's actually a couple going to be on the shinier side. So this right here, kind of a Joan of Arc. So this is going to be very shiny. There's not going to be much grimdark on this. This is going to be kind of a halvesies. There's going to be a little bit of grim and a little bit of shiny on that. And then, of course, our Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent will also, again, be a little bit of shiny and a little bit of grim. Here's another one. This will be, it's almost going to be kind of, well, there's going to be object source lighting on this, too. So don't be surprised, again, if you see some of those during the week, as in Friday, Saturday streams. And we're going to, again, shoot for the early start time again on Saturday and Friday. 10, 11, 10:30-ish for the Friday, maybe. Again, it will depend on if I'm shoveling snow, that sort of thing. No snow shoveling, earlier times are possible. Have to go shovel snow, well, things will be not as early. Do this also here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. You can see there's kind of like a little bit of greenish gray that remains there. Gonna start getting these a little lighter. Again, the lighter this stuff is, normally, not necessarily looking for the super light, say, highlights on the knuckles or whatever, but with the stigmata, lighter this is, the more that's going to stand out for us. So yeah, Bandar, I'll never forget, Kathy would be watching people's painting streams and stuff, and I'd look at that and I'd say, holy smokes. Is that brush a titanium handle? Either that or maybe they're not as strong as I thought they were, because that brush should be snapped in half. The way they got their grip on that thing. And they're going all beast mode on their brushes. Actually, Arid, I'm kind of wondering if with your jewelry tools there, there can be a little bit of fatigue because a lot of repetitive motions and such. I would imagine that you kind of have to ease up on the tools there a little bit too, just to, again, avoid excess fatigue just from doing it over and over and over again. This is getting borderline tool. It's getting pretty light there, but I think we need that little bit again because of the blood effect stuff that we are going to add. And again, everybody please give Eric wife a follow. So Erid, the stream's coming up next weekend. Will you continue on this Gundam that is underway now? or does that need to kind of sit and kind of have a little bit of a wait while you get back to some jewelry streaming there? Yeah, Bandor. It's there was a time again. I tell this story all the time. I was painting a Flames of War Stug, and I seriously was holding the brush here, and I was painting it like this, and the person knew me, and like, okay, come on, stop screwing around. Now you're just playing around. And I said, no, I needed a really light brush stroke there. They genuinely thought I was just kind of fooling around just to get a rise out of them. I said, no, that was not what that was about. See if we can get some. Yeah, what? Fine. We'll just chuck this little bit of sky blue on our Rosarius here. See what happens. And another co-stream. Does that mean the earlier start too, Arid? Again, it was 3 Pacific today. Well, still today, yeah. So I'm guessing that means the earlier start time again. And the other thing too is you're not supposed to be right on top of things because that's going to limit your perspective. It's going to limit your viewpoint if you're literally got the thing a couple inches from your face. So you want to give that a little bit of breathing room there. So okay, another 3 p.m. Pacific there. Again, everybody please give Air to Camwave a follow. For some a dual Gundam stream. Let me stroll on over this way, and you can see how I'm using my. It's like a flying buttress. See what I done there? You can see how I'm able to kind of do a standoff here again. No thumb here. Right? Look at that. Do you see that thing bouncing around at all? Nope. Now, if somebody, and also too, my hand is on the desk. Like, see how I'm shaking the camera there? Because that knuckle right there is sitting, again, right on the table. Unless we have a sudden earthquake or somebody comes up and shakes the table, either thing would be somewhat disturbing and unexpected. Not that the New Madrid fault doesn't sometimes, well, give us a wee bit of a surprise. That happens. Yes, there can be earthquakes here. I mean, we've had them. Remember, Kathy was at one of the computers working, and she kind of saw. Well, she thought she felt something. She's like, maybe that was just some planes or trains or whatever. And then when stuff kind of started to sway a little bit, like some of the cables started swaying back and forth, then she said, nah, that seems like it's a little bit more than a passing train or plane. Yeah, I guess Bandar, I know that some of those paint holder things, they come with some kind of attachment or something, like a little bar that goes over the top of it. I'm guessing that is what the function is on those things. Is that you can stick your finger on that or something? Again, I could be wrong, don't know. Don't have one of those, not one really planning on using something like that. Here, let me get this yellow also mixer. Let me get the thinner back in. This has worked out really well. I sometimes just forget to do this here. Is just chuck a little bit of thinner on our alkyds here and kind of keep those nice and active. I'll probably be coming back to do a little bit of glaze stuff over over some of this. That ain't going there. Fine, we'll just wipe that away. We try it again. Better. So you can see how we're trying to catch some of the light here on this halo. I'm definitely going to try to do more of the more of these halos right here. I would like to actually do a halo that's pretty much like a stained glass window. I'm also going to try and do a plinth that is mostly stained glass window. Whereas here it's kind of it's got some stained glass window elements in it. There was one I wanted to try, where it's like almost entirely stained glass windows. Let's get some of that up in here too. Yeah, we have the others, so we got to get these. So yeah, okay. I think we got those pretty. Oop, no, forgot you. All right. What's happening back here? Got to do the same thing. I'll do the same thing here. We'll also be coming back with probably Indian yellow mixed with perhaps some asphaltum. Now those are going to work as a glaze only because they are hyper translucent colors. As you saw last night with the Galadra, just we're seeing earlier even with this one. With oil paints, there's such a thing as an opaque glaze. Bring it back again. All that turquoise that's in the shadows there. This the darker stuff here was more of a traditional glaze, if you want to call it that. All this stuff up here, that was like a mid-tone glaze, and it was all done with again a lighter mid-range opaque color. Back to that. Fine. I'm actually mixing a little bit more actual violet in there. So see what we got. Look at this. We got finger resting on the thumb. I got this held here. Knuckles on the table. So no shakies. I could just sit here like this. It would look like the camera's frozen. Because everything has a whole lot of support. You know what? That's a little too much of the brown. Let me get that down into here. Little more there. Finally, we can start fooling around with this, because I'm not seeing the shiny stuff anymore down there. So green, maybe. Let me try this. Some of that, and well, if we take that violet too, then it becomes a gray. But let's start to do a little something here with our little Gothic chapel church plinth here. Again, that is going to be some kind of stained glass window effect in there of some kind, which means blues and reds for sure. I mean, gotta have that. Doing the blending brush thing there. See. Get that at an angle that's gonna work, because here again, that's a blend. Look at, see that dark stuff there. Told you that I was gonna have to wait before I could really fool around with this. Now see, we're just gonna drop that in there. We will grab this guy, and we're just gonna take that paint, and we are just gonna stroll over this way with it, and then that way. Hashtag no layers. Yeah, how many different colors did we layer there besides, well, none? Also, yeah, look at this highly detailed precision brushwork. Man, again, you don't just get that anywhere. So we're going to take that little nasty bit and we're going to do this bit to it. And now it looks like that. So it did look like that. Now it looks like that. We got ourselves a little bit of paint on the end of the brush. We will just do this. No cleaner. No cleaner because, well, that's going to kind of eliminate the whole part of dry brush. Dry brush generally means not a whole bunch of liquid of any kind. Again, another smoothing of that. Again, we got paint on the end there. We're going to just do this. No liquid, right? It is a very dry brush. Or, in the case of brushes like this that are pennies on the dollar, you got yourself a whole big handful of them. You just have a bunch of them laying around. Then you don't have to even do what I was just doing, wiping it off with the paper towel. So again, look at that. Super quick, super quick. Yeah, there's just no point in kind of fooling around and just making things take way longer than they need to. Certainly see that a lot. I'll see I'll see 75 steps for a three-step process. And I'm just thinking, I remember with the vehicle paint, that was where I first saw it. I would be like, they're like 12 steps into something that they could have done pretty much all at once. What's with the 12-step program there? I was not quite understanding what they were doing. Look at this here. I don't even need the blending brush. Look at that. It just, boom, it just happened. Look at this over here. We're going to just drop some of this in here. Now, here, let me do this. Okay, fine. I'm going to get the paint out of this here brush. And, where are we at? Oh, here we are. So I'm going to take these nasty old blobs of paint. We're going to do something like this here. Look at that little scrumbly. The scrumbly there. Look at what we got. Look what we have in no time at all. Just a little bit of scrumble here. That's it. Plop, plop, little scrumble. Boom, done. I mean, that is why we said, yeah, you know what? Let's do 2 whole busts in one stream because, well, that. I've seen it. Okay, what are we, an hour and a, oh, geez, we're almost 2 hours in. I've seen 2 hours in, and it's like, yeah, there's a couple of, like, base colors somewhere. And I'm thinking, did I just go through a time warp or something where I maybe missed significant portions of the stream? Because it's not looking a whole lot different 2 hours later. It's like, what happened? Or what didn't happen? More like it. And just think, okay, you want to do the contest painting stuff. Let's say these were both for a painting contest. If I am at, this stage here in 1 hour and 53 minutes, and myself and somebody else were to spend a total of, say, 10 hours, but they spent 5 of their 10 hours just to try and get anywhere close to this, that there's an advantage to one side. I won't really say, but I think people can do the math there. Because all of a sudden I have a whole lot of extra time to kind of do the schnazzy stuff, the fancy schmancy stuff there. Whereas somebody else, they're still fighting with those base layer things or whatever. Not able to get into some of the, well, the stigmata there, or the stained glass that's going in here. Or the inlay stuff that's going to happen on our Iron Sultanate bust over there. So Brian, I don't know if you're still awake or not, but I'll shoot you some messages tomorrow. The diorama issue, who knows? Maybe trying to start out with a bas relief flat is better for making your diorama than actually trying to start with a diorama. Who'd have thunk it? So again, trying to work in some of the lattice stonework there. Don't want to get that too light just yet. Let's see what happens with our stained glass in there. And again, we're gonna focus on. We got the Prussian blue is gonna happen there. I got me some reds, some kind of translucent reds that should also again work in the stained glass portions here. Sticking with this grayish green for right now, because again we got the violet up here, right? You can see there's a little hint of a color differential from our plinth to the cloth on the subject. I mean, as much as I do like the other types of plinths, but boy, this plinth is super fun. And again, I've got the I think these are Trench Pilgrims, right? The War Prophets. I painted what, 2 or 3 War Prophet miniatures. That's why I basically based this off of all the War Prophet miniatures that I painted. Now, thanks, Nurgle Matthew. So Nurgle Matthew, hopefully these last 2 early starts have meant a little less staying up super late for you. Now, I'm pretty sure no matter what, the Thursday stream, that's always just kind of a later start. That's just the mechanics of how that day works. It's going to be a later start. Again, the Friday stream, hoping for maybe a 10:30-ish start time this coming week. And then the Saturday stream at least by 9. Sorry, at least by 10, if not maybe 9:45 or something like that. That's pretty much the earliest it's gonna ever be. Oh yeah, we gotta get some more. Oh, and I also would like to. We gotta put that the lead, that kind of that greenish lead here for a little on our spires there. Yeah, the lead roof. We gotta do that. Do this here. We never did get our lighter stone stuff on this part. So we'll do that. And no, I'm gonna get some of the paint off of there first. Let's do this. Let's do this. And away we go. Again, a little bit of this tap, tap, tap kind of stuff here. We're gonna do that over here. Bring that on down. And you can see there's variations here. It's not some perfectly smooth thing. Well, I mean, it is supposed to be weathered stone, right? And we're still going to go lighter than this. We can most definitely go lighter than that. I want to see what my stained glass looks like first, though. Yeah, we want to see that first. Speaking of Prussian blue. Fine, I'll get some thinner on that Prussian blue to start breaking that down. Also, just gonna drop me off some thinner on these things here. Ooh, also too, that chromium oxide green, that wouldn't be a bad one to get in there too. No, big old clump of paint on that brush. Let's get rid of that. What do we still got that? Now it's gone. our rose window here. So we're just going to start putting some colors. Obviously, reds, blues for sure. That's kind of your two most common colors of stained glass. Then you get into some of your greens. And you see that's going to kind of work its way into now some of our tracery there, some of the stone tracery. Now, if we were to print this thing even bigger, like this thing it's possible this could work in FDM. If I might try to print this thing out like really big in FDM and then see if we could actually paint a scene, like something recognizable here in our windows. That would be an interesting challenge. Or if I just did a print that where this was a bit just more significant a piece and maybe a bit wider and not so quite so narrow. As you can see, I am trying to kind of create something here that's not it's not just random blue dots in places. I'm trying to make it look like there's some sort of pattern here. Again, fine. We will go. I wasn't gonna do the stained glass stuff there, but now I'm gonna do it. Or now I'm gonna change my mind back again. Fine. Ooh, too late. All right. Just to match, I'll throw a little bit of that over here. Okay. Which means I'm gonna take some of my green again. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. I just posted, I don't know, a few hours before the stream started, I posted the latest new tutorial, the last one of January. Let me get this here. So our first February lesson is going to be back to painting some of our flats, and it's going to be the Aragorn set. So we're going to try and actually paint up at least initially two of these here, because again, two different types of this have more relief, and that's our tarot card. And I want to at least do a bit of painting on those, just to show folks how our different methods work and what it's like painting the two different methods, because we definitely haven't seen those both on a video before. I only ever did it on stream the one time. So yeah, we're just kind of getting a little bit of our stonework in there. A little bit more of it there too. Leave that alone. A little bit more of our light, and then we stop. Then we stop there. Okay, back to. Yeah, all right. Let's start to incorporate. Now this will be our darker red here. It's also, wow, it's almost kind of a magenta. And then we'll get some of our lighter stuff in here too. I think you can kind of see what's happening. It's pretty dark right now. Once we get the really light stuff, then that's going to stand out big time. I like the idea of the red closer to that, and again, maybe inside some of that tracery there. Spin you around. Say hello to Silent by Design. How you doing there, Silent by Design? So happy New Year there, Silent by Design. And of course, Silent, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Silent by Design a follow. So Silent by Design, I hope that the new year is off to a fabulous start for you. And again, you want to share some stuff in that chat, please go ahead. So this again is more of a magenta. I'm going to take the red, going to mix some of the Windsor yellow, maybe even a little bit of the Naples yellow in there to get, again, some of our lighter red. First, I might go for a spot of green on here. Also, let me try that here. So, chromium oxide green, a little bit. Or radiant green. That should give it some opacity. Also give it a little bit of light. And now again we're getting ourselves a little bit of a pattern developed there. Everybody check out that Barbarian Hatsune Miku. A little bit of D&D figure there. Check out the Instagram link. That's Silent by Design, just shared, and then give Silent by Design a follow. So Silent by Design, you're going to be streaming. I'm going to be streaming on, well, let's see, is it Sunday? It is now Sunday. Are you going to be streaming later today? If so, let the folks know. And again, everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. Come on, there we go. Work in some of this here. And then we'll get some of our lighter red too. Nah, that's got a little too close to our tracery. We're going to take that out. Well, Silent by Design, here's hoping that the streams kind of, well, present a couple of different types of opportunities. Again, everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. Check out that Instagram link. So I guess Silent by Design, now again, a few extra hours of streaming. Who knows where that might lead, right? Silent by Design. It could lead to some opportunities. See, now our rose window's starting to look, again, like there's a pattern there, whereas here, these are more like pictures. More pictures, less of a pattern. So Saturdays at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Now, I guess Silent by Design, sometimes the job search is like a full-time job in itself, right? Yeah, you'd be like, yeah, you know what? I used to spend, 8 to 10 hours a day at my job. This whole finding a job thing seems to take 12 hours a day. But no matter what, no matter how many hours it takes or not, here's hoping that it all comes up aces for you. And that again, it ends up going from a holy smokes to a, all right. Maybe just things get a little bit easier in the long run. Because who knows, maybe the new job has a little bit more of those few more Benjamins involved. It's never a bad idea to be friends with Ben. Or the Hamiltons either. I mean, you take them all. You got enough Lincolns. You got yourself a Benjamin. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Silent by Design. You just want to collect all the presidents, right? You gotta collect them all. So that's some lighter blue there. I'm gonna throw some of that in our windows here. Got to be careful because this is very close in value to the that green we just did. So let's not go too bonkers with this. Remember, we're working on two busts here. We have not forgotten our Iron Sultanate. Okay, there we go. It's like, wait a minute, that looked a little too familiar. Because we had already done that. Pop in a few of you, and now let's do that yellow. And I'm thinking for sure Windsor yellow, but I'm gonna also chuck in a little bit of the Mars yellow deep, just again for opacity. Mars yellow deep, yes, it's a darker color, but believe it or not, it's actually more opaque than that Windsor yellow slash Hansa yellow. Hansa yellow is the real name of the color. Again, not a super fan of the whole. Let's have our own name for this color. That gets confusing. Nobody likes to be confused. Okay, so again, now there's a little bit of our lighter window stuff in here. Gonna get that yellow by the green. And again, this is not white. It sure seems pretty light. It is not. You see when we get to our tracery there, that's going to be light. That's why I wanted to do as much of this stuff as I could first, then do the tracery. Okay, that might have been a little too late right in there. Not a problem. Again, when I'm doing my lighter tracery, we'll probably be taking some of that out. Now we must do some of that down here. And then one last thing will be that lighter red. We can always come back to it, do more. But at a certain point, it's like, I got to see how the tracery comes out. I mean, who knows? We could even hit this with weathering powders. I mean, we did it on our first TC bus, did we not? You can see, look, we got weathering powders there. We'll do it again. We did not do that on our Sauron and Mouth of Sauron bus. That's just a regular, all straight up paint there. So no weathering powders on those. All right, we got this set. We've got this red, and we're gonna pop those babies together here, and let us see what we have. And that's gonna go kind of around where our yellow is. So there we go. So there's some of our latest red there. Yeah, you know what? In the rose window, I'm gonna try to do some of that in here too. Out towards the periphery, I think, of our window. Yeah. That'll work. Hey there, Cutlervo, how you doing? Pretty much whatever is available. I know I have some GSW ones. These things, I've had these things since what, 2007. I don't even know who makes them, but I've had these things around forever. Let's see. No, it's not Secret Weapon. Now it's Elric's Hobbies. Elric's Hobbies also has. What's interesting is those should be like a lot of different colors. Hey there, JM. How you doing? Great to see you there, JM. Yeah, it's well, I just keep thinking of the early days when we were first painting, in the early 2000s, as in like 2002. And there were folks, now, of course, this will kind of show you how long ago it was, in the Cool Mini or Not forums. Yes, remember forums? Not forearms. But people would kind of post step by step tutorials there, and I'll never forget the first time we were given advice on basing, which led to us being obsessed with basing forevermore. Because still obsessed with basing. In fact, we have taken the basing obsession to the plinths. Yeah, because even our plinths here, it's like, no, we got to do more than just a standard plinth. We got to have something that really identifies with the characters. Each and every one of the Trench Crusade busts, again, has the plinth has as much to do with the character as the character itself. It's very based, right, Calervo? So even here, again, you can see everything that we're doing with these plinths is very much attuned to the character that is on said bust. So here's again, this is our Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. Gee whiz, look at what's there, and of course, and I've got more. Oh, that's right. If in a little bit when I refresh the medicine, I got a couple of. I might have a new one that's. Oh no, I haven't printed those out yet. Never. I was making. Okay, I think I made some bill plates out of them. Yeah, we're just kind of getting started on our Trench Crusade busts, by the way. There's dozens of designs. The one flavor I haven't gotten to yet is kind of the more demonic flavor or the Nurgle flavor. I forget which faction is the Nurgle flavor. Then there's also, what is that, your Red Brigades faction or something like that? I haven't had a chance to kind of do a little sketchies on that for some concept things, but that's coming too. All right, now I'm going to start doing a little bit of tracery, something that is lighter. Thanks, JM. So JM, actually JM, if you got yourself a same thing there, Calervo. If you got an Insta, a Discord, something like that, you want to share things, and of course, if you want folks to give you a follow there, so that when you start streaming again, they'll be ready to give you that. So we're basically, I want to kind of look into the lore. Now, a lot of my characters that I did, especially like this one here, again, this was, where's that draw? Here it is. So yeah, this was something that I had come up with. This character here, you can see it's also in our flat that we made. So you can kind of see, again, from our sketch design there to this. And of course, we have our entire line of Lord of the Rings flats. We have our line of Arthurian flats, and we've also, last week we started up on our Japanese style flats. Oh, let's not forget Battlestar Galactica, Very Guilty Baltar. On that Patreon page, here was this is our latest painting busts. So we made this so that we could do a split. One half of this is true metallic metals, the other half is non-metallic metals. The whole thing is oils, but one half is one method, one half is the other. And I basically created that particular bust just so, well, I could do that particular lesson. No problem there, JM. No problem. Again, best of luck. It is not easy. It is not easy doing the stream thing. That's why we see many people start, and not a lot of folks can stick with it, because it has a lot of demands that have nothing to do with the actual stream itself. So we always want to, kind of make sure that folks at least have as much help in some of the easier portions, right? Some kind of help there. No problem there, Calervo. There's my green here. Now, what we are setting up, again, you see these references, especially this one in the center. You can kind of get a better look-see at what the stigmata are going to be like. In addition to the stuff we're going to add here, then we're going to take the dirty down, and we're going to have these in particular doing that, because I think that is going to be extra fun. Now, of course, these again are alkids, so I'm sure by Monday we could do that. Hey there, Lion Creative. How are you doing? Great to see you there, Lion. Hey, Lion, well, speaking of which, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Everybody give Lion Creative a follow. So, Lion, I hope that the new year is treating you fantastic. For sure. And here's hoping that you've had a chance to do lots of streaming in the new year as well. So you can see how that's starting to pick up there. See, that looks a little less so. Yeah, JM, it's I mean, just like I said, getting all the graphics ready. I mean, and then there's just the physical environment. The room was kept virtually the same. All I did was change the desk and some of the equipment on it, and it took 10 days before it was really back up to speed again. That was changing the table or the desk or whatever. You add in some other factors. The complexity magnifies exponentially, right, Lion? And again, everybody give Lion Creative a follow. Come on, let's put that over here. Boy, hard to believe. I think we're getting mighty close to our 6th stream anniversary here. Yeah, come April 13th or something like that is going to be a 6-year stream anniversary. Is that the first game resumption of the season there, Artemichael? Now, Artemichael, I know you were wanting to have the entire shoot match all painted up, but I mean you got to be getting mighty close to that, right? Yep, Lion. It's basically it's you almost have to kind of get the attitude of, okay, all right, that went sideways, or several things went sideways. For to have knockoff effects where it's like, okay, yeah, I don't really feel like doing this other thing because it's been a bit of a struggle. It's almost like it compounds the getting kicked in the head. It's like, no, okay, fine, you won that round, or you won those first 2 or 3 rounds. This is a 15-round fight. The other 12 rounds are mine, even if it's just the 15th round. Just dodge and weave, make it to the next round. There you go. Dodge and weave. Stay off the canvas, which is weird on a painting stream. I'm going to get me a little bit more of my later greens. Definitely along this here. But yeah, unfortunately, kind of there's an inclination to kind of go, geez, okay, well, things are kind of lined up not in my flavor. That's door closes. It's like, all right, I got a sawzall. I'm gonna make a new door. First game of the break, first of the second half. Well, Artemichael, I'm not gonna curse your dice by saying, oh, things like good luck and all that. Nope. And I'm not gonna do the opposite either. I'm not gonna try to do was that reverse psychology? It's like, yeah, you should just roll nothing but ones and skulls. Because if I do, you're gonna be coming back in the next stream after that saying, okay, exactly why did you do that? Yep, lion. Well, see, there you go. There you go. Sometimes again, sometimes a round of the fight gets a little rough, and then you say, okay, well, we're getting up. We're gonna have a puncher's chance the rest of the way. So see now, look at that. See our rose window. We have a little bit of it here, but here now we haven't gone to our lightest light yet either. So when you see the stigmata here, there, yeah. So Calervo, you see the stigmata there. That's what we're going to be doing, but we got to set that all up first. For sure, Valfira. Again, the most lethal condiment known to humankind, right, Valfira? Actually, Valfira, that snowfall is spread around like mustard all across the south there. Let me get some lighter stuff in here. And that. A little more here. Yeah, there we go. Didn't get our lightest stuff on that little ledge right there. So get line. Here's hoping that all of the the good stuff keeps getting better. And that sort of starts to outweigh the stuff that, again, maybe didn't quite go the way you wanted there. So no need to use linseed oil daddy kelp because all the paint already has that. Sometimes too much, right, Camda? Something also has safflower oil, which we really wish it didn't have, but it does. Now we do use linseed oil, though. However, when we want to make our own paint, so we got our own custom fluoros and our own custom metals. That's just pigment powders mixed with linseed oil. So we do have linseed oil around. We're certainly not going to add more to the paint. That's the last thing we want to be doing. Less is more, and more is way too much, especially when it comes to linseed oil. Any amount is way too much with safflower oil. So everybody, please give Daddy Kilt a follow. And of course, Daddy Kilt, you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Daddy Kilt, we're going to be doing some streaming this coming week here. Yeah, we're doing that. Also, this here. Doing this. Yeah, we need to lighten you up too. Whoops, that's a little too much. Well, look at that. It's like we got an eraser. Because we do. Otherwise known as oil paints. When we started out, they were just... Oh, we do have a primed one here. So these started out ebony flash primer, just brushed it on, don't care. Both of these here, let's get our Iron Sultanate. So again, both of these were just brush on primer, and 2 hours and 29 minutes ago, they looked just like the autocorrect monster did, right, Valfira? Yeah, wasn't that long ago. Let's get these corners spiffied up here. So Valfira, has it made it a little bit easier, with the earlier start here, instead of like being at the edge of unconsciousness, pretty much? So check out is an Instagram link there that Silent by Design just posted. And again, everybody please give Silent by Design a follow. And again, Lion Creative, you want to post some stuffs in the chat there, even if it's older stuff. Again, folks in the chat may never have seen it, so it can't hurt. They can't see it if it does not get posted. And again, everybody please check out that link that Silent by Design just posted. Let me do something here. Yeah, let's lighten this up. So, Calerva, I guess, do you have some overarching projects for 2026 or kind of just continuing stuff from 2025 into this year? Or both? I mean, most likely is both. Daddy Kilt, every attempt is always going to be a learning prospect. I mean, Daddy Kilt, I had basically I was filming a video which was it was basically, I want to say, oh gosh, it was probably like 47 minutes of catastrophe. And it was being recorded, and the last 18 minutes of it turned into a massive discovery. I mean, I was to the point where I'm like, should I keep even filming this? Is there any point? And because I kept filming, because we kept forging on ahead, a potential massive discovery made. Now, even the discovery that was made, it's like, okay, not even sure if this will work. Not even sure if what the value of this discovery is, not per se. But again, because just sort of sticking with it, again, staying in the ring, dodging and a weaving. It just means that for the next time, you'll be armed with some knowledge that you didn't have before. You can't. There is no way to just dream up the knowledge. It has to be gotten somehow, and that's usually by doing stuff. And sometimes, again, that might mean a little bit of bops to the chops there. But the key thing is, don't let that get you down. You pop back up and you say, "All right, fine. Let's try this a different way. Maybe that didn't work, but maybe this will." Again, that was just, well, I can't say earlier today because now it's tomorrow. But just that last video I was filming, it was all going horribly wrong. I mean, I wasn't expecting much, but I wasn't expecting just non-stop disaster. Which is also why we film those and we just let people see the disaster unfold, right, Valfira? That's fantastic, Valfira. But yeah, geez, Valfira, how many of the things that we do here on a regular basis kind of had their genesis in some form of either disaster or something that went haywire? And then we said, well, okay, if that's the case, maybe let's do something like this. Thanks for sharing the YouTube links there, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Alright, it is not going to be easy. If it was easy, then everybody would just be able to do it, no problems. If it is more challenging, then that means there will probably be greater rewards. again, we haven't forgotten. We haven't forgotten this guy. Trying to get this to a certain point so that they can have a chance to set, so then we can do all of our stigmata stuff. There's a whole bunch of that. We got tons on the eyes. The head all along the here. There's tons of it to add. So there's going to be at least an hour potentially just doing that on this thing. But again, we need to have as much of this, maybe not every single last bit, but as much of this stuff out of the way before we get to that portion. Some of that down here. I will also be coming back with some of our darker stuff in our tracery there to again give that more definition, because you can only go so light. After then you have to start kind of working your way back the other way. You got to get some dark in there. Well, Cam did that laser engraver thing. I know we've talked about that a couple of times. That sounds that could be, well, that could also be a very interesting tool, could it not, for certain things? I could definitely see that. So yeah, Cam, I'll try to again share some images of these new discoveries. But again, you watch the video, you'll kind of get a hint at the discoveries that I'm talking about, which again, rather shocking and rather unexpected. Yeah, I was kind of looking at a few kind of engraving things like that, Camda, that again maybe could be used as part of plinths or something, or part of our terrain even. Let me do this a little bit. It's almost getting too light there. We don't want it to get too light. Let's not go too bonkers with that. I'll probably take our phthalo green, mix it with either our indigo, no, probably the Mars black to create kind of the lead roof. You know, I might just do that now. Because otherwise, huge surprise, right, Cam? I would forget. That never happens on a stream where I only do words. How could I possibly forget something? Yep, Daddy Kilt. We're using tons of them right now. Now, again, at this point, because, well, time is always an issue here with Adepticon coming up. They're going to be the Windsor Newton Griffin Alkids, but we have tons and tons of just regular old Windsor Newton stuff. I mean, of all kinds, just sitting around here. Where's our? Yeah, there we go. We got lots and lots of Windsor Newton stuff sitting around. Whether it's the regular artist oils, I even got the crazy water washable things, which again, not really going to be the best investment for you, but you know, you want to do them, you can do them. I think they're maybe a little bit less expensive than the regular oils. You are also going to have a massive reduction in your color selection, though. Yeah, by like a lot. So that will be another thing. And again, you also lose all the capillary action unless you put unless you use thinner in there. In which case, why are you bothering to use the water washable stuff? So again, to me, they don't have the utility. Pound for pound, just not worth it. And again, that's not the what the heck is the student brand? Oh, is that Winton? Yeah, that's the student stuff. I mean, we used it in the early days because that's what I had, and it worked okay for some of the bolt action stuff I was doing. But yeah, for stuff, this kind of stuff, not so much. Great to see you there, Inganes. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, why don't you post some links there in the chat? Inganes also does the oil painting, so please give Inganes a follow. Welcome back, dear Inganes. So yeah, Daddy Kelt, stuff like Yin Min Blue, some of those other ones, and if they're giant tubes, they're going to be expensive. Let's put it this way: I could darn near replicate every single type of paint that I have here, as in every single type, and for that much. So yeah, that's not quite necessary. Everybody check out that Instagram link though that Nkane shared. That is necessary. So Nkane, I think you did do a stream during the day, right? Uh, or during the morning, right? So hopefully the stream went well. Oh, and Ngane's also on a 45 stream streak. Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate that. And please give Ngane's a follow there. Boom. There. And then again, everybody please give Ngane's a follow. Now, we're talking about getting a little bit of our darks to define some of our tracery a bit more. That's what we're doing here. Are we 3 hours in? No, we're not even 3 hours in. Yeah, we'll be getting, once I do all this stuff here, then we kind of set this one aside to let it set. See what I did there, Camda? And then we get to our Iron Sultanate. Again, that's our first Iron Sultanate bust right there. Guess what I was doing there? I was leaving that and have a chance to set up also. It certainly has had a chance to do that for about the last hour plus or so. Yeah, here's again. All those edges kind of get a little bit sharper there. And of course, the Paul Rubens Alkids, you can get those on Amazon. If you wait till there's like a Prime Days or Black Friday sale or whatever kind of sale they got going on, you could get the set of 38 for as little as 63 bucks on Amazon there. And they are quite useful. We have a bunch of them out here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Technically 5, 6, 7, 8. So at least 9 of these paints out here are actually the Paul Rubens. As I was mostly talking about last night, once we get past Adepticon, we're going to start to migrate back to our more traditional stuff, our Gamlin stuff, Williamsburg. Drying time won't quite be as much of a thing as it is right now, because if it's not dry by Adepticon, it's not going to Adepticon. And, well, also not helpful. All these things here, they need to be going to Adepticon. And I do believe, I forget, which European painter he was, but Paul Rubens definitely was I forget, again, what art movement he was part of. Let me do this here. I'm not sure. I guess maybe what's his name's Pee Wee's Playhouse must have been on cable or something like that because I never saw it. Also, too, well, if I was watching that when it was on, that would have been a bit unusual. because it was kind of designed towards a younger audience. That's what I was thinking, Erda Michael. Speaking of, speaking of, right? Well, no, actually, Baroque would be before. Yes, Baroque was before Gothic. Never mind. Okay, that's enough of that. Let's get you over there. Let's start doing some stuff here on our Iron Sultanate. I'm thinking our Radiant Periwinkle here. Camden might be where we start, especially here on the armor. This is almost going to be, believe it or not, the little exercise we did on our glass there is going to be a bit like this here. Because I'm thinking that you're kind of post-Roman Britain with the squat, you know, because they were still using Roman arch tack, so they didn't have all the archers are very short and squatty. So you're probably talking 800s, no, maybe more like 500s, 600s, maybe to mid 700s. Again, a little bit of our bluish stuff in here for right now. There we go. Romanesque, that's what I was thinking of. And again, that's kind of like your post-Roman Britain there. Like little tiny windows, right, Erda Michael? Tiny, tiny little, almost like fortresses. Uh, Obviously, barrel vaults, but very much looking like you're inside a barrel. Yeah, not very vaulty, more barrel-like. To this. Again, just trying to sneak in a little bit of our blue there. And then we'll get to get some more of our gold-ish tracery on there. We'll probably get a little bit of our Prussian blue mixed with some white into this also. Okay. And then of course, let's see, St. Paul's Cathedral, that was done in that was done in the 1600s, late 1600s. And there was very much the anti-Gothic movement there. And then you also, let's see, I forget if the Duomo was that like immediate post Gothic. I forget. Again, the Duomo, a very different design concept for it. It's almost a little bit like combine some Italian architecture with the Hagia Sophia in a way. We're working our way around this here. We got these two panels, and then we got his armor up there to also do. So we got our blue there, and then the blue around here, sorta. Down into the corner there. Now this seems lighter, right? Just like with our tracery, right? What we were doing seemed lighter until we did the actual light stuff there. Thanks, Bogus. Appreciate that. I believe that, again, the same motif is on at least two of the other Iron Sultanate figures, or busts, sorry. Let me do some more of this. Now, I've got the, oh, was it one of the was it, the Tank Hunter guys. I have a bust of him. That's going to be real interesting for doing the skin tone on him. That might have to be a tutorial vid there. Since, oh no, I did paint one of him on stream. Come on, we get this, getting some of this blue in here. And then, of course, our shell casings there. We'll get those two. And first, though, gotta sneak this blue into here. And then we're gonna have to let that all set. So we're gonna be working on our other bits here. As we let all of this bluish stuff set, you can kind of see that already starting to create a bit of color contrast. Was not there before. Two hours, 51 minutes ago, both of these busts were, shall we say, devoid of all things paint. Let me do this. Yeah. That. Some more there. That'll be cool there. Nope, we got some more of this to do still. More of this. Camda, I was really, really pleasantly surprised at how my, that pattern detail was picked up. I was not expecting that. Now, I didn't necessarily keep the patterns quite as perfectly as, again, you would like to see, but it was plenty close enough. I'm also going to try to sneak that in right there. Yeah, okay. Ooh, there's a little bit of it here. Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, we're forgetting these. I was also glad that these printed out. I was not sure with these recesses here. What was the one I was really... I think it was this guy, yeah. I was not sure how that was going to work out. There was a couple of these bad boys that had some really, really deep recesses on them. And I was like, I don't know how that's going to... Oh, and this one here, again, it really kind of kept our pattern there very nicely. Come on. Well, gotta get that down in this corner. We're going to do that over there. We need the same stuff down in that corner. Now, over here, let me see if I can take this and maybe even, you know what? We're going to take the essentially Mars red and our green. It's kind of making a bit of a skin tone there. Trying to get a little bit of reddish brown in here. We have, again, kind of the yellowish, goldish browns. We have some neutral. This is trying to just get in a little bit of this almost skin color type thing here, and that's very much a dry brush. Right, you can see but it's still blending. it is still blending all this time. I'm thinking close to 3 hours ago is when we did that initial glazy stuff there. Continuing with the dry brushy stuff here. Let me do this. No, that would be, if we're going to do anything, it would be more like rust there. This, I kind of also, I was tempted to get some of the blue stuff in the color, but I'm going to do this. So we're going to get some of the same stuff here, and then maybe here too. No. Okay, there we go. Yeah, look at all that dark. I gotta go back over here and gotta refresh that brush. So yeah, we got sort of like a skin tone color, and we got some of our green mixed in there. We'll get some of that also in the golds and such. Now, Canda, the critters that you were working on, those are both done, right? I think that's what you were saying at the end of the stream there last. Well, I guess yesterday morning, because it's not this morning anymore. This morning is this morning. That morning was that morning. I do words, Camda. More of that up here. I mean, this is literally just barely dry brushing some of this on there. You can see there's barely anything on that brush, and it's look at how dark it is. Now, if we go back here and do a refresher on this, oh, you'll see it. Bam! Look at that. That's how light it was. So much of the paint that was on there mixed with what was on the brush, it got that level of dark. So you can see how, what's on that. That's why this is our canvas and this is our palette. It's both. It is both things. That piece of parchment sitting over there, well, which is to my right, your upper left, that's just a color storage device. Yes, this thing is the palette. Oh, gee, sorry, I didn't get a chance to send you the pictures of the area here, Camda. But yeah, the palette is actually to my right, and this is actually the top left-hand corner. Yeah, it's oriented completely different from how you see it. Back in the old days, Camda, the palette used to be sitting like right there. It used to be on the screen. That didn't really work well once we started doing a bunch of figures, also larger figures. There were a number of times where, as you would be totally shocked to hear that my hand ended up in the palette with the paint. So we said, nah, maybe we need to move that somewhere else. So yeah, we made a little bit of a change in the paint. Well, it was when we did that giant Karakalila bust. Still the largest, technically the largest thing we've ever done. Not necessarily by physical size, by the weight, right, Velfira? Because I believe it weighed 27 pounds. It was a 1/2 scale bust, but because it had all this, what would you say, the, not scales, but the carapace on it, that, it was the size of a human head once you added the carapace. And it was solid resin. That was how we got our longbow training. That's right. Yes, it was all about the longbow training. By the end of that stream, we had at least a 200-yard range. let me see. So Velfira, it's almost like suspending them in a little bit of liquid. It just seems to, because it's not actually mixed Velfira. Now, if we were to mix them in there, here's what would happen. It would actually speed up the drying time. But so we're just going to take the dropper bottle and we're just doing that. Now, if I start doing this, because that happened the other day, a couple of streams ago, yeah, Velfira. Yeah, I kind of mixed like this here. We had some of the thinner, we mixed it up, and well, it accelerated the drying time of something that already just by default, right, accelerates the drying time. So yeah, that's kind of like what you were saying there. But that's why it's just a drop of thinner instead of, well, let's mix that in there. I'm not quite sure how that makes that big a difference. It just does. I don't know why. You would think that's not all that different, right? But apparently it is. I would not have thought so. I actually first started doing that even with some of the non-alkyds. Oh, good grief. What were some of the colors that had a tendency, and these were just regular oil paints, not alkyds. There was a couple of oils, regular ones, that had a tendency to kind of set up, especially on some of the Saturday. Remember the old style Saturday challenges, Valfira? 8, 9, 10, 12 hours. Then you were really starting to have the issues of, well, this is starting to set up even regular oil paints. Doesn't have nothing to do with alkyds. Once you get into that kind of time frame. We're going lighter on this part of the turban slash helmet. It's kind of weird. I'm used to painting anything that's got this, well, in our Harad colors. So, yeah. To me, anything with it should be this color right here. It's Grimdark Harad. See, I'm doing this. I'm thinking, well, this color, this ain't right. What's going on with this here? Where's my quinacridone magenta? Where's my where's my indanthrone blue? I do some of that. I do want to try. There's a couple of Sultanate characters I want to do where the something like a really deep blue would certainly be part of the motif. Again, there's a ton more of Trench Crusade stuff we can do in terms of the busts there. Hey, there's surface tension. Great to see a surface tension. Actually, Velfira, I did take some pictures. I only sent them to the neighbor to find out if they wanted some. I did the dump cake. It was a little bit different one. Tried something new. So it was peaches and cinnamon. Usually it's if I'm doing the peaches there, it's going to be nutmeg as far as the spice that goes with it. This time I did the cinnamon with a butter pecan cake mix. And then in the air fryer went the sirloin tips, then a couple of salmon fillets. And then after those two, the juices of both of those and the olive oil was used to air fryer the taters and onions. So yeah, I'll send you a picture of that, Velfira. I think I sent, and Kathy's family, I sent pictures to them. So much appreciated there, Nurgle Matthew. So surface tension, why don't you share? Why don't you share some links there, surface tension? Because surface tension also does the oil painting. And surface tension been working really hard on a whole bunch of 10 mil gobos there. So surface tension, as you can see by the time we did do the earlier start. Okay, fine. It was 9 minutes after 10. But in parlance of here, that we might as well have started at 3 in the afternoon by comparison. Now, again, this is some of that same kind of Terra Rosa mixed with the Radiant Green-ish stuff there. Well, we're going to be coming back into this with some darker things. Speaking of it, not too dark, or too light. Here, let me do a little erasure there. And again, we're letting this one have a chance to set so that we can then do all of the stigmata on there. Yeah, Velfair, that is the one thing, sadly, I did not have for said dump cake, was to chuck some ice creams on top of it. And of course, Armor Wolf, this is the perfect time to have ice cream because I can actually walk over to the store, get the ice cream, and walk back. And it might actually be more solid when I get back than when it was in the store. So appreciate you being here, Surface Tension, like always. Yeah, the very first of our Iron Sultanate busts. I've got at least, I think is it 3 other characters? There's 2 for sure. I think a third one I wasn't quite super satisfied with the plinth. I think I would have liked a little more flavor in the plinth. Sometimes you really don't know. You kind of have the concept, and then sometimes you actually physically see it, and you gotta say, it needs a little medicine, right? Surface tension. There you go. Surface tension, boy, especially with, can you imagine, like, literally just the 2 types of plinths themselves, right? Actually, surface tension, now, maybe not 10, well, actually, should we do a mini chess set surface tension of these in 10 millimeter scale? Maybe not, but I mean, again, if they were only about this tall, that wouldn't be terrible to print out something that small. Well, we'd almost have to make sure they're not too small, right? Right, for printing. That they could actually get too small. So we don't want to take that too far to the other extreme. Certainly would take up less resin, less time. Although surface tension, I would prefer to create a different game where the board is not quite the same. Right? It's not just a bunch of squares. You have to work your way through the trenches. And I don't know, maybe there might be some mines somewhere. Now, some people might say, well, that's just Stratego where you know what the pieces are. See, I think Valfair, like you say, if these were half the size printed out, I don't think they would be so small that you just lose too much, and I think that they would be of a reasonable size. For painting on and such. There's worse things that we could do with our little enterprise here, right? That is definitely something to ponder, especially with any kind of additional little rules there that we would throw in. keeping most of the, obviously, the same movement types and all that, but chuck in a few little twists there. See you later, bogus. Hopefully see you Monday. And again, should there be some shocking success, maybe the very first of our test prints for me was. That's just never going to get old, Velfira. Now I'm thinking of surface tension, designing the box art for it. And obviously, since I'll have pictures of all of these ships, as in like really nice kind of glory shots of them, that could make for a very interesting box cover. Oh, and I think I know somebody that could do the painting of the miniatures. I'm not sure. We'll have to check with him. We'll have to make sure that we're on the same wavelength. Thanks, Inganes. So Inganes, obviously the test prints on these went pretty well. So I think these also, again, Eldritch Foundry, we know those files are good, but I think we're pretty good here. Now, of course, they're not always the easiest things to print, right? There's gonna be no supports. I mean, I could. Well, no, that would kind of be. I could try to save the, like the supports that I do, but that just there's no point in that because obviously other people have different resins, different settings. They would want to resize them. So yeah, there's not going to be supports. You'll have to do those, and some of these can be a little bit of a challenge. I'll say that. Actually, I wonder if anybody's actually used that surface tension. Either that surface tension, or we just make a fake box. we literally just make a fake box out of it. Oh, yeah, you know what? We gotta sneak you in there too. Nah, too much with the. There we go. Okay. Now let's start to maybe think. See, up here, I'm kind of torn between the idea that that's kind of a leather or that is metal. Really, 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 really torn between the two. Maybe we'll go with the more of the leather. So let me try this. Let me try this gambit here. How does the asphaltum mix with the? And maybe well, let's see. Let me try the gold. Let's humor me here. Just humor me. See, oh look at this. See, the Indian yellow is getting a little bit gummy over there, Valfair, which is crazy, because if that were the Williamsburg Indian yellow, we could let it sit there for a week, and that wouldn't happen to it. Oh yes, yeah. See, surface tension. That was another thing that even back in the day, that laser cutter thing, that was definitely something that I was pondering. Much like printing, though, right? Surface tension, that's a whole nother job. Or it probably feels like it sometimes. It's not just a money investment, it is also a time and mental stability investment. Here, a little bit of this on the shell casings there. Now, you know what? Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna try some of the our yellow here. Let me break that down some more. Not too much though. Ooh, there's a lot of it there. See, kind of liking this. Remember, a lot of this is going to get into our tracery there. Don't forget that. And oh, also, yeah, see along here. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I can imagine it has a little bit of a fragrance. For sure, there's surface tension. Yeah, let's grab this guy here. 4. Some blending brush action. Look at that. Here we got the last few sections, panels. Man, well, you can really see how the stuff that's on there is mixing with what's on the brush. Don't even need a blending brush anymore. Look at that. So much of what's on there is already started to mix with that. Blending brush here too. Okay, take that. Let me see if I can get these. These little orbs in between each section here. We're going to try to make those lighter. So I'm kind of thinking almost again like an Hagia Sophia dome here. Like this. There. If we had our own engraver, we would engrave yes, our own Wapple Awards. For some reason, every single award would just be for best base. No matter what the miniature painting contest is, it's just everything just says best base. It's like, yeah, but this was for painting bus. It's like, doesn't matter. Congratulations, here's your award for best base. Let me do this here. It's like, that was a vehicle. There's your award for best base. I'm thinking our film noir at this point, Velfer, it should. I think we should see some interesting things. Let me get this last do thingy right there, and let me just drop a little something right on those edges before I'll gather them up here. So again, that blue is going to disappear, no doubt about it. And I think here our almost skin tone color versus the gold there. And then, oh, I'm curious to see what happens to our windows. So it is that time where we say, away with the color. Color be gone. Yep, no blue. Again, there's still plenty of value, but even, well, she doesn't look quite as wraith-like. Right, Velfir? Not quite as much as Galadriel there. How you doing there, Doji? Everybody please give Doji a little look-see, because Doji's going to share some fabulous oil-painted miniatures in the chat very soon. So Doji, I think did I send you the picture of the dump cake there? I think I did. If not, I will do that after, tomorrow. But yes, we did have a successful bakery run, a homegrown bakery run, Doji. And again, Doji, why don't you please share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat there? I think you shared your stuff, right? Surface tension. I'm pretty sure that you did some of those 10 mil gobbles. Oh, that's good, Doji. I thought so. I thought so. And now, Doji, so when you watch the latest video, now you if you want to save yourself some time, fast forward to the last segment because that's where the big discovery was made. If you wish to just laugh hilariously for about 47 minutes or so, by all means watch the first 47 minutes. Or you might be scared. You'll either be entertained or horrified, maybe both at the same time. That could happen. We need to, yeah. That's here we go. Gonna have to get some stuff there on his eyes as well. So after we do a little bit of this, we'll get just a little bit of skin stuff down in there, and again something akin to some eyes for him. Ah, look at that 25 stream streak for Doji. There you go, Doji. As always, appreciate you being here. Wow, surface tension, I guess that whole not sleeping thing is definitely having an effect because I read that as 0.0 millimeter. I'm like, because now I read that as I finished my mounted pistoliers at 0 millimeter scale. So that's quite the compressed scale there, surface tension. That is impressive. He must have a heck of a magnifier light. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that's that is how I read that. Thanks, Doji. Again, I think we'll have some fun with our the rest of our Iron Sultanate, and we got at least two more with this plinth theme there. Of course, our where's our War Profiteer? There he is. We got our War Profiteer, and of course our little Jean d'Arc motif. There will be more of our fabulous stained glass in that one, no doubt about it. It's a very heavy brush, surface tension. Yeah, that brush weighs a ton. Has quite the gravitational pull. We need to start hitting these. Okay, we have to get some of our green on these. We got to get a couple of different things on those. No. This way's easier. Yep. Let's do this. And then, of course, we got to do this. Right? This same color is going to be all in the tracery there. You know what? Actually, that is set enough. Let me start doing a little look-see here on our tracery. Kind of starting with the upper portions here. And then we'll work our way down, and that's going to be probably going to have a little bit more of the Mars yellow deep in it, I would think, anyways. That's what happens, surface tension, for the folks that aren't getting the concept right of the don't crush the brush. We give them the singularity brush, and then the brush crushes them. There we are. I mean, you need those heavier elements, right, Camda? Come on. We'll have to come back with our dark then. I kind of redraw that a little bit. of that here. Again, we'll be getting some other colors into this as well. Just for right now. Just starting to bring some things out here. And of course, this is nowhere near our lightest light. As always, we want to kind of hang on to that for as long as we can. That and this. Some of that here. Ooh, we never got these two at all. Not sure how we managed to do that. And you can see there's this kind of moves up and down. Like some of them are further up, these are further down, and then changes. These are further up. On his helmet, hat, chapeau, whatever. Just like what we did with our tracery here, right? Things were relatively, and then we really went light, and that's still not our white. That is still not. That's not even Paul Rubens white yet, much less fast matte white. Come on, shell casings here now. Start doing a little something, something on these guys. These now too. All right. When we come back with our darks on the ones on his little bandolier there, we'll hit these over there too. You know what? We gotta get a little something here. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a little bit gas mask on this side here. So even within the gas mask, I tried to make sure. Now I don't know if it shows up in the unpainted version. Yeah, you can't really see it there, but maybe you can see it in this one. The difference in the pattern. So the here it's almost like a rose window pattern there, whereas here obviously more of a again same kind of pattern as what we've got going on in our tracery here. So again, Erit, really glad that the Gundam stream was super fun, and that you got yourself another Saturday afternoon multi-stream or co-stream or whatever they call that. I'm trying to remember. I think it used to be called a multi-stream back in the day. I don't know. What do I know? I only do words, right, Camda? Light there. Yeah, we got again. We'll be coming back with darker stuff on it. All kinds of fun stuff here. That's starting to get a little bit too. I'm gonna maybe stop here. This would be the threshold, maybe, for some of the lightest tracery here. And then we'd start getting a little bit darker than that. Okay, so let's just stop there, and now let's think about this here. Now these kind of have an overall pattern to them. Let's see, this should be the same over. Yep, same over here. And then these almost kind of a star type pattern here too. Again, almost kind of like a little, almost like a hexagon, and then some of that coming out each point of the hexagon. Thanks, Armored Warfare, posting a link to, guess what, the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. If you want to see all the fabulous Galadriel action from the last stream, that's where it's going to be. Plus all of our flats, like say the Arwen flat, so we just painted, that will also be on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you want to see Trench Crusade stuff or busts, well, this will be, there's a couple of playlists. There's a Trench Crusade playlist, and there is a Painting Busts playlist. So those the Galadriel figures that we did, that would probably be in the, well, the painting large scale, and would also be in the, well, Lord of the Rings section, right? That makes sense. And just trying to work out some pattern type bits there. Now we need our angular bits here. A little bit more of the straight one there. I'll have to do that in here, but that's again kind of a more, it's a little bit of a, again, starts out with this star pattern in here. Thank you so much, Foolish Benny. Appreciate that. Okay, now this is really getting insulting. The pipeweed's really not that bad. He's like, dude, man, everybody gets a contact high just being around you. That's why I'm wearing this mask. Actually, I don't have goggles, so really the mask is not doing so much. My eyes are getting high. You really need to do less of that pipeweed. Wow. Yeah, they're wearing gas masks around Gandalf now. So Foolish Benny, what's gonna, oh, that's not a bad roll. That's a rock solid roll of a 4 for Foolish Benny. So thank you so much, Benny. Appreciate you following there. Yeah, that was, oh my goodness. So here, let's get again our star pattern in here. Starts out like so. Goes out like this. Again, kind of a semi-hexagon type of a shape here. And then again, we'll start to build off of that. Like this. We're also going to get a bit of our we need some of our Mars yellow deep into this design here too. Not all just the blue with the yellow trim on the lines there. And a whole lot of tracery happening here. So that okay, that comes out of here. That away. Okay, we got that. We have some of this panel. We got to do some more on this panel right here. And then now, oh, let me do this while we're thinking about. We just did that one. Especially if it improves his vision surface tension. I would think so. If it improves the vision, go for it. Right surface tension. Yeah, they'll certainly have foresight from that. Yeah, he'll definitely have some kind of vision of things that maybe aren't quite there. Especially the way that long bottom leaf is, man. That's some hefty stuff right there. You don't mess with it. And again, thank you so much, Foolish Benny, for the follow. That's appreciated, of course. No, 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 no. Let me take this here again for the little cutouts there and some of the pattern right there. Is nice. Ooh, second part of that up here. And remember, we have none of this is anywhere near as light as what we've got right there. Thank you so much, Bartek. Appreciate that. Let me see. Do we have him here? Okay, now I really must have a contact high because did he just turn into a gummy bear? Dude, man, I always have been a gummy bear. So you're gummed off the white? No, I'm gummed off the gray. Which now means we have ourselves another roll for Bartek on the big Gandalf 6. Oh, it's half as good as the last roll. There you go, Bartek. Appreciate the follow. That's, well, we know where the leaves went, right, Landrast? We know where the leaves went. And of course, as we know, all hobbits have hairy feet. Let's get some more of our. We're gonna have to. No, we'll maybe do the goldish trim there. Also, we're gonna. Oh yeah, let's. We'll probably hit that with the Van Dyke brown, maybe mixed with violet. So that's because we have this reddish brown here. That I want almost more of a gray. Looking for actually more of a gray there. More of our sort of gold there. Gonna start thinking about some of these, some of our rivets here too. So again, as light as this is, believe me, we can go a ton lighter than this. See you later, Doji. Appreciate you being here again. We'll see you on Monday there. And I mean, if possible, we'll try to have some kind of maybe some special ships printed out by then. Again, I don't know if that's going to work out. Maybe working that. Okay, there. So see you later, dear Inganes. Oh no, sorry, never mind. That's Inganes saying goodbye to Doji. Never mind. Fine. Nah, no, 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 no. Let's Now we better do this, and then we'll get into that Mars Yellow Deep. Might also mix it with a little bit of the asphaltum, I think. That is very possible for some of the stuff down here. So again, we're going to try to create ourselves a little bit. There we go. Maybe strengthen that part of the pattern up a little. And of course, all of this stuff right here, we got to be kind of careful there, because that could absolutely overpower all this other stuff going on. So it's a little bit of a balancing act. We got, just like here, if there's too much stuff going on here, not gonna really be seeing much there. Take that, yeah, here, let me get these couple of little columns right here. Thank you so much, Fazul. Appreciate that. He says, you shall not pass. He's like, well, let's put it this way, I'm prepared if you do. Wow, now that is just rude. We're going to have ourselves another roll on our Gandalf 6 here in just a second. There we go. What are we going to have? We haven't had a Gandalf 6 tonight. Well, we're not going to have a Gandalf 6 tonight. We jinxed it there. We called for a 6. We got the opposite end of the 6. Thank you so much for that follow, Fazul. Appreciate that. Can't appreciate everybody being here. Now we're going to try to take some of that. We're going to try and put some of that over here. Like we did on the front there. See you in a bit there. Surface tension. See you in a bit. Have it branch out then this way from each of these. Like you do. Almost a little bit like a bit of a flower there. Almost, kind of. Nope, and there. Back to it this way here. And again, kind of the same sort of thing here, like what we're doing on the back end. Now we got to get some of this tracery here too. We haven't forgotten this. Lots and lots of tracery. Come on, there we are. And some of that up here now. And only kind of, we'll see that that's getting to be a little bit late there. Gotta be careful, like we're saying. And again, as late as this might seem, it is not that late. Oh, it can definitely get later. And we might, you know what, actually let us go back and, let me do some of that later. So I was going to do the stigmata stuff, but I think we'll do a medicine refresh before we do that. So I'm going to take a little bit of that green and now some of our Mars Yellow Deep here. Let's mix that. That's got some opacity to it. That will go into here. Around that central core there of our blue, and about the same back here. around it like that. And there's also some parts of these patterns that will have, again, some of the, what almost looks like a little bit of the gold pattern there. Not quite there. Get rid of that. Just maybe some in the, yeah, in the corners of that pattern. And then here. Whoops, a little too heavy there. And of course, it's real easy to change that around. Take no time at all to change that around. Got it there. Now this is going to be in our, you can see our trace right here, right? Nowhere near as light as it was up there, and that's still going to get lighter. Tracery up towards the top there, yeah, and that actually gets lighter. This is value, it's not like a value 4. This is maybe a value 2. There's been no value 1 anywhere on this thing. Light as things might look, yeah, there's no really light colors out there just yet. Well, we will get there. Don't worry about that. Let me get this paint out of here first. I'm going to take a little bit more of the. Oh, yeah, here we got a Valfair. We got to refresh those little drops of thinner, and that's all we're doing. It's a drop of thinner, no mixing up or grinding up there, because that will just dry everything out. Guaranteed to dry that out. Just as we did on the lowest part of our plinth there. Again, and we had the green. Remember, we introduced the green there too. Letting all this stuff kind of mix together. Look at that. We have to refresh. That's just how much it was mixed together. See that? Now it gets a little, but look at this. Don't even need the blending brush there. Very effective. See, look at all that dark stuff there. So we go back, we refresh the brush again, and have at it once more. We'll do that as well. Also this. Back up here. Kind of towards the top there. Now on our columns here, as we did on the front side. Chromium oxide green. Poof. We weren't joking about adding those the greens in there. It was going to happen. Again, that's going to stand out from some of the reddish browns without having to really work too hard to do that. In here. Look at that. You can see that blend together. Now we're going to take more of our that yellowish tan type color. That is going to work its way in here now. We haven't really done a whole bunch on those part in here too. We were talking about, maybe here, let me try this and the violet. So actually our Mars black and the violet, does that give me a grayish? It's actually getting too warm there. So let's gonna try this. Mix some of the blue with it. Ah, okay. I believe that is more what I wanted to see. In there and down here. Now we could also do a little bit of weathering powders on our plinth here too. We did that on the first one. You can see it right here. Weathering powders. Take some of these. We haven't really done much of anything up there. Not much to do on top of that side. That's mostly hidden. We're going to get some stuff down here now. Maybe even a little something something on our... Where's that green again? Yeah, look at that. We're chucking some green over here on our shell casings. Also on that. There's this blue around it, so that, I mean, it's not completely unheard of on this piece overall to have green in some spots. Yeah, let me do some of that here and then some there. Okay. A little bit of the Naples yellow in there. Sort of kind of graze that down a little also. Doing that. Oh, we didn't get the lighter stuff in there. Yeah, well, fine. I think this might still work in some of these. Here, let me do that. Again, some highly detailed brush work. We'll grab our blending brush here. And we're just going to start pushing that around. It's a whole lot easier than trying to reach in there and do all that stuff, right? Much, much easier. We haven't forgotten about this tracery down here either. Don't worry. Something for the eyes. That might be a little too late for him, but let's get him some eyes here. A little smidge of skin tone, maybe even some of the umber in there. Let me try to have some a little lighter. It's not all that different than what we were doing up there. This way is probably easier to attack. Now for some pupils here. Also, again, gonna start to put in a little bit of dark. We did this on our other one. And again, in a bit here, again, we'll go refresh our medicine, and then we are gonna break out the Perline Crimson, and we're gonna start doing some stigmatic stuff on here. Of course, if I do add the alkyd medium to that while it'll get, again, it's going to make it glossy and much more translucent. It will actually help that to dry even faster. There is that. try to take a little more of the lighter brown in the we better thin that down. Maybe even a little more. Take this way, let that mix a little more. Try and get something even lighter in the eyes, maybe. To bring those out. Let me see what happens right here. Boom. Nope. I'm gonna take a little bit of that away. Up on the top of the goggles, probably, and then the bottom of the goggles, bottom edge. Would certainly be catching some light there. And that should set the eyes further back, and it looks like it does. Nope, that's not where that goes. Once again, just gonna erase that. Get it out of there. Something lighter there, okay. Do that here. A little extra light on that, and now then there's a bit of it here. Some right up at the top there. Top edge there too. Top edge of this. Now along his whole helmet here, we're gonna have to do the same thing. We're gonna get these ribs a little lighter. Maybe even some of the interior. Now, have to use a little more thinner on the interior parts, I think. This is good. We did put some thinner in there, but only enough to kind of get things flowing. We're not looking to do a pin line wash there. Now here, I'm only going to do so much on these. This stuff here will be the last, because, well, I keep sticking my hand into that, don't I? So no sense in messing with it now. Again, that could be some of the very last stuff that we do. No, that's going to need some more yellow in it there, the lightest bit of filigree, so yeah, we'll wait on that. Come on, all the way down, there we go. Take this. And we'll do that. A little bit, again, the lighter stuff in, right in here. Might try to do a little bit of the some of the orangey stuff, maybe a little bit of red mixed with terrosa or something, and some of our Indian yellow. All right, this has got to have at least a couple little lights on here. The hose for that mask. Let me take that to the sides here. This is another thing that printed out reasonably well. Sometimes these don't necessarily print out all that well. Definitely got to get a whole bunch of the lighter stuff along this whole crescent here. Again, that's that same kind of star pattern. Then no, that's gonna get too light down there too quick. We'll again, not gonna do that right away. And I'm gonna try and get some of this on the shell casings here. That right here. A little bit of this, almost kind of a rope that's a bit kind of attaching those. Catching some of our stuff here. Also doing that. Now up here, I'm not really hitting that with my hands. It's not so worried about losing these rivets. It's all these ones down along the very bottom there. Those are the ones I'm really hitting. And again, we'll probably take again our weathering powders to some of this in here too. Makes sense. A lot of our busts are probably going to have weathering powders, even on the figure itself, not just on the plinth. So again, what I think I might do just in a little bit here is, again, I'm going to just go refresh the medicine, check on my humidifiers to make sure that we've got some moisture in the ear for the voice there. Well, geez, now we're 4 hours in. I was going to say we're probably 3 hours in. Nope, we're 4. Because again, we definitely want to get to our stigmatic stuff there, and we might just do that actually when I come back. Because I got some of this stuff here, just like with the stigmatic. No, we want some of that to have a chance to set, of course. Like even some of the stuff here on these rounds. We're going to have to come back with our dark stuff and sort of sharpen up those edges. Let me do some of this now. Come on, that way. A little more. Now, up here again, some of that lightest stuff. Into, again, what we're kind of saying is metals there. Well, let's get a little bit on those. That will almost make it look a bit like reflected light there. A little shinier. Let's do that. Let me just we'll do this layer step, then we'll come back with our dark there too. And again, well, we got a lot of different darks we got to do here to cut off or carve out these things here on all of our shell casings. A lot to do there. Fine, we'll lighten that up a little more. Already got the top of that. Let me hit. Is there another? Yep, there is another one over here. No, not way too much paint on that brush. Let me get rid of some of that. This was way too much on that brush. Okay, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back because we're gonna break out the Pearling Crimson, and then we're gonna do all of our stigmatic effects here on the nut. Well, our Iron Sultanate guy, he has a chance to set up. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back with our blood effects here. Pearline Crimson like we were talking about. That's going to go out here. Plus, okay, I might throw just a tiny... I don't even think I needed that much Pearline Crimson, but we might also just a little bit of our Alkyd Medium on here. And by a little bit, I mean a tiny, tiny little bit here. That's it. There's like a little dot of it there, and that's it. No more. So again, the reference down here, there's a couple of them, but you can kind of see a little bit more of a close-up there. I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit more on my reference here. Pearline Crimson, all Series 6 of it. And let's have at it here. That's really going to get down into the crevices here of our Crown O Thorns, or Crown O Barbed Wire, I should say. And then here it's going to, again, kind of take this. See, it's kind of a part spatter, and then part some dribs and drabs there too. And that'll be also darkened down, but we're doing this part first here. So you can see how that's starting to drip down there. This is going to get... I am going to use a little bit of the Alkyd Medium here, because that's going to, again, thin that down. I mean, not too much. Now we're talking, I think. And then again, some narrow kind of rivulets here, like so. You can see how that's starting to play out now. Maybe I might take a little bit of that away. Okay. I think you can also see why I was looking to have the as light as we did on the skin tone, because the lighter skin tone certainly makes this more visible, doesn't it? If we didn't have that there, I don't think we'd see this as easily. And I don't want it to make perfectly symmetrical right on both sides. Maybe a little bit less on this side, or at least just change the pattern of it here a bit. Let me try that again. A little more that comes down here. Okay, a little more of the Pearline Crimson. Stage that over here, and then some of the Alkyd Medium. And that rolling all the way down to there, okay? got our stigmata here. And I'm going to maybe make that a little bit of a shape of a cross almost. Kind of vaguely like that. And then we'll do our stigmata here and there. Again, not too much of that elk in medium. Too much of that just gonna make it a little too translucent. We need some translucency, not too much translucency. And like so. Spread this out here. Let's see. Not quite sure why we're having those issues. Oh well. Now I don't know if people can hear me because now of course Camden was having his issues. Well, again, not earlier today, but he was having his issues trying to stream. So not sure if people can even see what I'm doing here. Again, there's nothing wrong with the internet here. I think it's just Twitch is being weird. And, well, a lot of folks use 40K miniatures, especially your Deathcore of Krieg and such. They definitely use those for Trench Crusade. I'm trying to think what, also too, well, a lot of Imperial Guard stuff. For sure works for Trench Crusade. That's good. Thanks, Camja. I wasn't quite sure what we had going on there. Thanks, appreciate that, Burper. Much appreciated. Now, this, of course, this is the lighter type of book. We're gonna mix probably the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown with the Pearline Crimson, and then this will get even darker. Now, are there any other areas we've... Okay, so at least we're kind of establishing all of the stigma in our areas here. And then I was going to have a little bit more here too on the hands and such. Now this is maybe where I'm going to dive into a little bit more of the yeah, let's do that. That's got a little bit more of the Alkyd medium in it, which kind of instantly makes it more translucent, because that's going to also with that on the fingers there, it's going to separate it from the cloth there. Now the GSW stuff. Actually, hey, Armored Wolf, gee whiz. Speaking of which, why don't you share your Insta link there with the bud splatters you were doing on the dice bags? Gee whiz. Sorry about that, Armored Wolf. Yeah, why don't you share that? Jeez, I knew I was forgetting something. Nice to see you again there, Vite. Hope that you are doing fantastic here. Now we're a couple of hours into Sunday. So everybody check out the Instagram look that Armored Wolf just posted. Again, that's some super fabulous blood effects on the super fabulous dice bags. So again, go check that out, and of course, give Armored Wolf the follow there. And well, you also have to start buying yourself some of those dice bags too. So Vite, after a troublesome tutorial video testing out a new software there that turns out might have made some really critical discoveries that could come up big time here. Let's put it this way: we might have a whole new way of doing the flats, and by flat I mean these would be like full-on true bar, like not just these would be mega bar reliefs. I think that's what we should call them, Camda. Yeah, mega bar reliefs. Glad that you're back there, Surface Tension. And again, we'll get the darker stuff into here. We're trying to have some of our drips as well. Drips and drabs, drabs and drips. Like you do there. So I'm guessing that the anti-death orb shield is very much in place, Surface Tension. And again, keep in mind, ooh, not that one. Let's use this one instead. We want to use the dirty down, right, to have the blood drips kind of coming down from the stigmata there. So yeah, Burper, I kind of, well, let's just put it this way. I wish we had stuff like this because I had tons of World Eater stuff to paint back in the day. Good grief. Gigantic World Eater army that I had to do for somebody back in the day. And all this would have been very nifty. That just was not around. So again, now see some of our plants starting to get some of that. Now we're going to get this. Again, we were Van Dyke Brown. That keeps it kind of on the warmer side. Okay, fine. Maybe a little touch of the Alkyd medium. But that needs to be pretty dark here. So it's kind of a hard medium to describe. It doesn't really do a lot of drips. It basically kind of flash cures itself. And by flash cures, I mean as soon as it comes out of the container, it effectively dries. You basically, it works in concert with other stuff. So that's why we're doing this first, right? We're doing this first, then we will use the dirty down to do all the drips and stuff. Just like on our Golem here, we're going to use the clear version. Where's Golem with his fishy? Where is he? There he is. So we're going to use the dirty down to have some drips coming off the fish down into the water there. So those are very different. Yeah, the verdigris, the rust, all that stuff is different. I will be using that in because I have the full set. We will be using that in some of our tutorial vids. I have not gotten to that yet. Trying to get me some of that darker blood stuff. Let me use this to push some of that around here. Okay. Pull some of that too. Where did that go? There it is. And I haven't actually had a chance to use the rust yet either, but I mean, we've got ourselves a bunch of Trench Crusade things that we could certainly try that on. Now you can see we're kind of reinforcing. Look at that. So that's really got some oomph to it there. Perhaps even a little bit more of the dark there. And now I'm going to take some of the good medium again, and that's going to start to work its way around here. Take that away. And a few strands there. Some here. And now if we mix the alkyd medium in there with it, now it's kind of like the our blood effects in the crushed glass snow, where it's going to be like it's soaked into the veil there. So it would be almost kind of semi-translucent in some parts. And kind of focusing on here where we've got folds, right? So Burper, since it's all 3D printable, it's definitely going to be cheaper because you buy the files. You can print up as many as you want, and you can use other figures. That's the other thing about it is you're not just like, okay, you can only use these figures or only this company's figures. You can pretty much kind of use whatever you got. So without a doubt, it is yeah, it's a miniature agnostic game. So it will be, well, it will be a fraction of the cost. It will be a fraction of a fraction. Yeah, you could buy yourself a Rhino, or you could get multiple armies in Trench Crusade. I mean, heck, it would even be the same for Bolt Action, for sure. Me. Okay, there we are. Yeah, that wasn't quite making sense there. Now it does a little more. And that is certainly one of the big reasons for its popularity and success. Gosh, what was it? Patrick Keith, Bombshell. Yeah, Bombshell Miniatures did a whole bunch of the stigmatic nuns. And again, multiple people have done all the different, some different factions and such, which gives you, again, a nice variety just in how the miniatures look, too. So your Trench Pilgrims might look really different from somebody else's Trench Pilgrims instead of like, okay, well, look at that. We've got a dozen Imperial Fist armies that look exactly alike. Every single miniature pretty much exactly the same. Let me get some of that rolling down the facade here. And this is another reason I again didn't get too involved in the plinth. Remember, a lot of stuff here I said, we better wait and see how do our blood effects actually play out here. Now let's see if we can do a little bit of the spatter side of things. We got a lot of the lines. We need some of the drops too. Boom, here we go. Actually, Vitae, oh gosh, is it Heretic Legions Armored Wolf that's essentially the Nurgle faction in Trench Crusade? It's got to be Heretic Legions. Like I said, we're just getting started with our Trench Crusade busts. I was trying to make figures, but a lot of people are already making figures. I'm like, that is the proverbial reinvent the wheel. Why am I doing that? What I should be doing is again making what is not there, and that again maybe somebody's doing bust. I don't know. I have no idea if they are or not. I just kind of have a feeling no. Yeah, I could be wrong about that. It is kind of crazy, right? Surface tension. So Vitae, you could do a quick little Google search there on Heretic Legion Trench Crusade, and I believe what you will see there, you're like, yep, that's Nurgly. Like I said, I will try to get around to doing those. Now we're getting. I had to wait a little bit on these. And boy, came to having that little bit of the alkyd medium in there. Again, I'm glad I didn't just kind of like say, okay, this is going away, and it's just we're gonna put it in the garage or something, and just let it freeze out there. Very glad that I just kind of said, you know what, let's. I think maybe we can find something we could use that for. And we sure did, right, Camda? Welcome back there, Uber Yeti. So Uber Yeti, yeah, we finally got a chance to do all the stigmatic stuff here on our nun. Now let's there's some there's some other darks I want to do here. I can see here we gotta reinforce some of this. So Arda Michael says there are 3 Nurgle-esque factions slash sub factions. Now, God, what is it? Is it Red Brigades? Is that the and then there's the Hussars. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I bought those files. I think I printed them out even. The biker Hussars. Oh no no no! It's basically literally like Deathcore of Crete, the riders. Yeah, I got those printed out. Again, I got tons of Trench Crusade miniatures printed out. There's only so much time. Those still need to go on bases. Actually, Camda, I cannot confirm nor deny that one of the other things I want to try is, well, to see if I can't scare up some bases that I could just print. Bases that have sandbag piles on them. I mean, it does pretty darn well with, well, I mean, look at this here even, right? With the rocks and the metal and stuff, I'm starting to think I should just kind of make my own bases. The thing is, will they be the right size? Although the base size is not like super duper duper important. You don't want to have, you want to kind of be as according to the rules, but yeah. Now, is that for Trench Pilgrims or for New Antioch Armored Wolf? Or neither. It might not be either one. So New Antioch. Okay. Oh yeah. Burper. Some folks have used. I've seen folks use Bretonians. Oh, especially like the Pilgrims. Well, of course, right? Trench Pilgrims. Yeah, I've seen definitely people using Bretonians. Actually, Landrest, I swear, weren't you using Bretonians? You're using your Bretonian, like, not men-at-arms. Well, maybe the peasants or something? Now, again, I want to do... Oh, well, here. Let me get my Trench Crusade video here. So, do we have the... Okay, well, let me get this for you. One sec. Don't go anywhere. Not sure. Oh, I guess I have to refresh that to find my video here, which is not on that channel. Okay, it's on this channel. No wonder it's not there. That's not what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for. So this link right here, you can see this is most of the Trench Crusade figures that I've done. And when you get to kind of the mid portion there and you see obviously that more demonic figure there, that's kind of the next place I want to go with the bust, or the next type of character that I want to make for the busts. So obviously you get, again, towards the middle of that video, you got the demon print sort of guy. And that's from the Court of Seven-Headed Serpents. So check that out. And yeah, we got a bunch of other Army Showcase vids there. That just happens to be the most recent one. Okay, there we go. So I think we've definitely got those pretty well set now. Now, actually crafting all of our plinths here, these are all printed in FDM. You can, I think this does, yeah, look at this. That magnet is 1.5 inches, and that's that. I basically dug that hole, right, so that it would print out that way, so I could drop me a big old magnet in there. Also, too, all of these bases, I printed up those for all of our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. So great to see you there, Crafton. Now, I don't want to get too much of the red here, but I want to, that can't be quite so white. Sort of a glazy thing, not quite a glazy thing. Gotta put that all along here. And remember, we wanted to do some stuff also too on the this halo here. Well, hopefully we see you there Monday, Arda Michael. And again, Arda Michael, if you want to share your stuff one more time before you head on out there, why don't you do that here? Let me get this, the Asphaltum. Now, there's a couple of different forms. I got, there's the Richardson Asphaltum. Now, the Asphaltum and that water washable stuff, that doesn't look anything like any of the other Asphaltums. It basically kind of looks like burnt umber. There's nothing quite like the genuine article right Camda. That would be the Gamlin Asphaltum, which works for so many different things. Get that down in here. Now we got this side. Don't want to, nuke all of the highlight type stuff we put in there, but again, this is the Asphaltum, the Indian Yellow, two more trend. Well, the Indian Yellow is hyper translucent. The asphaltum, like a lot of our darker colors, is sort of semi-translucent. So you can see how this side looks versus this kind of plain over here. We got a little more something something going on that side. Man, this is not a pin line wash. You can see this is very, very controlled. We can kind of keep tabs on where that's going. Every color is different when it comes to, okay, what makes a pin line wash out of said color? Is it? Is it kind of like the all paint winter sale, which usually ends what, the end of February? I think, Uber Yeti. Yeah, so if you that's why I got to get that chromium oxide green and our brushes there. Nice to see you there, Unplugged. Unplugged, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So happy Sunday there, Unplugged. Everybody, please give Unplugged Painter a follow. So thanks, Unplugged. Oh, here we go. Here's our other one. So we started these two 4 hours and 41 minutes ago. Yeah, Unplugged. This is of all of the boss. Now again, I'm looking forward to the our War Profiteer. Looking forward to him too, and of course, well, we've got our kind of Jean d'Arc. There's gonna be lots of shiny here. This is gonna be super, super duper shiny. Reflections like crazy on that. And then, of course, we have another one of our nun characters right there. Now, this guy there's gonna be lots of weathering powders on him. Oh yeah, tons of weathering powders on him. Now that I've done this, I can actually come back with some of my latest stuff again, because we didn't have our darkest darks or our latest lights on here. Now we kind of will. We have our darkest darks. I was also kind of trying to stain that a little bit, right? That has now been stained just a tad. Let's do this here. Also that. Maybe no. This might actually give us a little bit of green. Yeah. Look at this. That's the Indian yellow and the Mars black. Which, speaking of Nurgly, this would be like a nice little dark Nurgly shading of green there or something. Hey, Grant Oracle, how you doing? Thanks, Grant. I could definitely look at this. It's we did refresh the medicine. It's a whole different color there. Look at that. Grant, I know you haven't had time to see the latest video, but Grant Oracle, especially the last 20 minutes of that is quite momentous. We're talking about a major, possibility of some really serious fun stuff that could be coming from that. Uber Yeti, you will like that Perline Black. That is a very much an all-purpose kind of color. Now you got so you must have got the Gamlin then. If it's in Dan Throne, you got the Gamlin version. I've got both the Gamlin and the Richardson, which is in Dan Thren blue. I mean, again, I don't understand. It's very weird, right? That two different. Well, they've written them two different ways. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Unplugged Painter just shared. So thanks for sharing that, Unplugged Painter. Appreciate that. Let me try to get me lightest stuff. Oh yeah, there we go. Off the edges of these. Now, oh yeah, that really, see that? Let's see how sharp that's starting to look there. Yeah, sorry you're super busy there, Grand Oracle, but oh my goodness, yeah, and it was a total accident. I basically just said, well, because this, let's just do this. And then I went, wait a minute, what? Yes, a massive discovery moving forward. Let's put it this way, Grand Oracle, we could be talking about like full on Greek slash Roman style bas reliefs, where the relief is like practically this thing sticking out of the wall. Let's put it this way. You know that one Arthurian one that I did that was kind of like the lady in the lake there, where it was pretty much it was kind of sticking out from the what did you say from the back wall or from the relief there. These are really sticking out. Oh yeah, it's literally like the it's almost. Remember, I want to do the shadow box diorama things, Grand Oracle. Imagine if you could just print out your own shadow box diorama. That's kind of what we're talking about here. It's that level of you got to be kidding me. It's very much like we had some of those here. Yeah, we had the kitchen Madonna, the bathroom Madonna. We had all the different Madonnas, and they were very much like those, Vite. Because I have one that is Aragorn and Arwen at the bridge there in Rivendell. I have another one that is Arwen and Elrond, where Elrond is kind of, discussing what her fate will be if she stays behind and doesn't go to the west. And then, obviously, that scene, where she's at Aragorn's his sarcophagus there. And then there's another one that the coronation. That's it. Yes, there's another one of the coronation. So Celia, there's hey, surface tension. We could do a nativity scene bas relief there. So instead of having to print all the individual figures, yes, we could just do a nativity bas relief that would literally have like figures and crush kind of sticking out of it. That could again. This is going to be a game changer. I'll tell you right now. So what I was gonna do, also, geez, I don't know. See, I don't think these are my. Oh yeah, these. Okay, here. Not that one. This one. So basically, I would take this one here, and have it so that temple actually really is sticking out, and then basically almost the entire character here would be forward. We'd have to be getting kind of rid of this, but this would be more of the bar release. So that's something I'm going to experiment with. I have no idea how that's going to work out. No clue. So yeah, Grant Oracle. What was hilarious is that everything in the video was going horribly wrong. I would say Grant Oracle that high tem is something that don't bother investing in. Now there's a possibility that it could actually, of all things, be a new thing for doing bas reliefs, which is that only literally it wasn't on there. I went to start it up to do the video, and I'm like, what the heck is this thing? There was a whole new section there. Thanks, Berber. Appreciate that. We will be doing that on all of our, again, this one for sure, right? I mean, there's just going to be stained glass all around that. Absolutely all around that one. And again, we still don't have our fast mat white out here. Man, we've been doing this for almost 5 hours. There's still no fast mat white out here. Yeah, Uber Yeti, or sorry, sorry, surface tension. Um, that just popped into my head now. The whole, okay, why don't we just do a nativity scene bas relief? Well, we don't have to print out the miniatures. We don't have to deal with basing or anything like that. Now, what I need to do here is we need a little bit of our light there. Get a little gray into this. Now a little more of the light. We're getting there now. Getting there. Now, of course, a couple places where on our barbed wire here, the weathering is weathered away because, reasons. Uber Yeti, I'm not so, yeah, you wouldn't, I don't think you'd be able to print these flat off the plate. It depends, well, again, I'm going to try a bunch of different things there, Uber Yeti. I only just made a few files of them maybe an hour before the stream, not even. Again, this is all brand new. This is not even 24 hours old. It won't be 24 hours old until, well, probably about 10 hours from now. Now, the other flats, obviously, those can be printed on the plate. These, not with the kind of dimensionality these have. Basically, imagine printing this just flat on the plate. That would almost be the same thing, only worse because there's multiple figures involved. So I don't think you'll be able to do that. Needless to say, these are going to be printed relatively small to start with. They might also need to be cut up and printed in pieces too. That's possible. Come on, little lighter. There we go. And that needs to be a little lighter in there. So I would say there is little to zero chance that printing flat off the plate is even remotely going to work. Like I said, you might be able to, again, cut it into pieces in a slicer and maybe have a little better luck that way. I mean, they may not really be at even these busts here. These are not the easiest things to print, I'll tell you that straight away. They are not going to be the easiest things to print, but other folks, they might just kind of take them and, well, cut them into pieces or something like that. Or hollow them or whatever they're going to do with them. That's, you do with the files what you're going to do with the files. Make them bigger, make them smaller, whatever. We gotta get some more of our light over here too. Yep. Yeah, that's better. Some more of it right there. Where's my violet? Here, this is kind of that mid-range stuff. Here, let's break this stuff down. And we'll do this right here. So Grand Oracle again. I'll either have some of the Battle Fleet Gothic stuff for the Monday stream, or I might just have some of my test ships. And again, I'll try to send you some of the concept art things that I've been working on for the Middle Earth War at Sea stuff. I will also try to have kind of a PDF type thing with not necessarily the rules, but at least the fleets, so folks can get kind of a concept of what the fleets are about and what the just a general idea of how each faction is sort of designed to play. Vitae, that's where it gets interesting, because one of the very last things I found as I was working with the high tem there is that you can set the concave instead of convex, and all of a sudden it looked like it basically was making a mold. So if you could print it out and then can in something that is food safe. Remember we are talking about molds for our Lord of the Rings gummy bears, right? To be able to make these in some kind of edible form, or even if they're chocolate Lord of the Rings gummy bears. If you were to do this and set it to inverse or whatever, yeah, it basically looks like it's a mold. Now again, I just got the thank goodness I didn't get the like $147 year-long membership or something like that. Fortunately, they happened to have like a monthly thing, and even that was reduced to like $9.50 or something. I'm gonna try to get me a little lighter stuff, and then maybe here. I'm gonna go darker. Where's that Prussian blue? You're hiding over here. Let's get the Prussians involved with a little bit of the Payne's gray. And our little Rosarius here. Just start separating a couple of those. There we are. Because they actually, I remember years and years ago, I got I think they were Star Wars Stormtroopers. Oh, it was an ice tray, and it was frozen in carbonite Han Solo. That's right. More of our darkest dark there, and I might come back with a little bit. Yeah, here the sky blue. Let me see if this will work here. It should. It ought to. Not that much stuff on there. That's way too much. Also, that is too much. Big old clump on the end of the brush there. Come on, there we are. Again, that's a little bit sky blue in there so that actually kind of has a little bit of color to it. I mean, I've already 3D printed how many different cookie cutters? Ugly Doll cookie cutters, Halloween cookie cutters, more Christmas cookie cutters. Alright, let's go back to our Sultanate guy here. Also, let me get my reference up there. Alright, now we can see it. So in addition to our later gold stuff, we're also going to get some of our later blues and some parts of this too. There. around here too. Here. Definitely up here. Around that, because we wanted that to be, yep, and then we're gonna be coming back with our lighter gold stuff too. Around our patterns here. So yeah, we did. We made ourselves one of another dump cake last night. Well, not last night. This morning, probably at about 6 something, maybe 5:30 or so. Now it is. It is. Let me get this here first. 1 second. On that, and maybe nope, that was too much there. We'll subtract some of that. There's our brown. Let's start to carve out some darks here. Also carve out some harder edges and shapes. We did the very same thing on Stiggy, so we gotta do that here. And all along our shell casings here. Starting to get reinforce a whole bunch of edges where things got a little bit too much mid-tone. Yeah, that's well, we wiped out a little bit too much of our blue there. Not a problem. And yes, we're also doing a little bit of this here, especially on some of our pattern down there. Now let's get our dark all along. Again, this. And then, of course, well, Grand Oracle, you heard all the concepts of the different ship types. Last I was kind of trying to hash out the Farharad. Very much kind of a blowpipe sort of thing. Now, of course, if a Harad ship gets boarded and there's some of the Hasharan on board, that's going to be, that could be tough for you there. And I suppose if you're a Gondor fleet and you got Aragorn with you, you just might have some guys walking on water. Yep, you might just have some dead men of Dunharrow. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for sharing the link to the Patreon page. Where again well, earlier on Friday, earlier on Saturday there we posted the latest video, latest tutorial. We've been talking about it all during the stream here. Also, too, all these files that we're painting, like these here. The whole point of making these is so that, folks that are on the Patreon page won't need to be buying so many files. Because, again, if you want to paint a lot of the stuff that I'm painting in those tutorial videos, well, you're going to need about 17 different Patreons and tribes and all that kind of stuff. Or I make it where you just, you you just get the files and you print them out yourself, and you do not have to buy extra files in addition to doing the Patreon thing. So trying to save some folks some shekels there. Yeah, a little bit of that yellow into this too. That's almost kind of like a lemon yellow there. Much lighter. We also need some reflected light in a few places here. Come on, there we go. Also, down there, we'll probably get some more of our green or something in that. I'm just kind of marking that there for now. We needed a little something something there. Oh, by the way, we have not touched fast matte white yet. There's been none of that out here. Look at this here. We're almost we're even more into our green here. Starting to do again more of the reflected light there. We're going to have to get some more of our dark in all of this stuff as well. And again, I was really glad how some of this stuff printed. Oh, I've been forgetting. Been forgetting this right here. So hopefully that's okay. That's got no liquid in there. Got ourselves some dusty dust. Might as well put the powders in while the oil paints are wet, right? Because what does that mean? That means all this is going to cure at the same time. Won't have to do any spray stuff or anything like that. It'll just, again, cure up. Be good to go. More of it here. And guess what? Some of that gonna go on the plint there. Yep, we're gonna do that. In you go. Texture difference. Does that not make a difference? I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Smidge of it up there. Alright, good enough. Yeah, Vitae, again, I just started to realize how many different Patreons I have, and then I said, holy smokes. Basically, everybody has to have as many as I do, which, again, is a whole bunch. If the flats and the busts and the miniatures and all the stuff, whether it's Eldritch Foundry, whether it's stuff that I make totally myself or whatever, or in Maker World Image to STL, or let's see, what's the other one? There's Maker World Image to STL. Any of those, right? That way you do not have to go ahead and start purchasing a whole bunch of extra stuff. I guess the short version is, to be part of one Patreon page, I don't want you to have to be part of 15 other ones. if that makes any sense. I hope it does. Now, there will still be, obviously, thing where, okay, yeah, it's going to be from Nerickson, it's going to be from Bellinok or something like that. And because I have years and years worth of STL files, we're going to be using those a lot, and also for the army painting series, because again, I got a lot of them. Nice to see you again there, Tifu. Oh, we still get it. Well, yeah, we won't worry about it now, but we'll get our blackest black under there too. Yeah, I'll need that. Now I'm going to take. Oh, there's the asphaltum, some of the Van Dyke brown. Because what I would like to do is do this. There we go. Now, see, that's starting to sharpen. Sharpen our edges right there. Creating a little bit of a horizon line. Again, I'm fairly certain the number of painting tutorial Patreons out there that also say, "Oh, look, here's the files." That number could be 0. Well, it's not 0 anymore. But excluding me, I would say it's somewhere between 0 and 0. Maybe between 0 and 1 or 2, but I'm thinking between 0 and 0. So great to see you again there, Tifu. We got a little bit of an earlier start, which is why we're at 5 hours, 12 minutes. Oh, gee whiz. You just reminded me there, Vite. I believe it's going to be at the end of February into March. I think, yeah, end of February into March. There's going to be a discount code to Eldritch Foundry for people on the Patreon page. Just a little heads up. Little heads up. That'll be kind of part of the Army Painter Patreon thing probably too. Because Eldritch Foundry, they have now finally completed work on the first sets of basing bits. So yeah, there would be some serious Eldritch Foundry savings for the folks on the Patreon page. Again, trying to make that as much of a value as possible. I forget what exactly the deal was. You know, whatever the savings were, I don't remember what it was. Now, I don't think it's quite like that lifetime deal. Remember that Grand Oracle that they had going for a while? I don't think it's that, but it ain't nothing. Catch a few of our lightest light things here. So that's Eldritch Foundry there, Grand Oracle. You know, the folks we did the Cathy Gobble with, the new Wapilius Spellbrush stuff, the Eowyn boss, the Galette, all that stuff, all made with Eldritch Foundry. The football team, remember that video? I think I've done, what, 8 Eldritch Foundry videos now? Needless to say, there will be a ninth once I get my hands on those basing bits. I know one of them is a horsey, which means, gee whiz, do I need to print out more Warg Riders? Actually, I think I do have some more that are printed out and not even on bases yet. Alright, let's start to do against some of the... and we need a little more yellow into that. We need at least some kind of yellow. Now, I don't know if it's the unlimited or something like that, but again, it's some kind of a discount deal, whatever, a discount code or something like that. Grand Oracle, how long have we been trying to get things like that for, say, or Williamsburg, all the different paints and stuff that we keep buying, right, Grand Oracle? And pretty much they've just told us, yeah, go away. Well, at least Eldritch Foundry is going to do something, which will be nice. I do not think it's as expansive as the unlimited offer, but again, it is going to be some kind of a coupon code or something. Typically, what do we do here? Is we sell everybody else's stuff, and we don't have nothing for ourselves. That's usually how it goes here. Remember Grand Oracle, the brushes? It must have been in 2021. No link, Camda. There's, again, none of this stuff is ready to go. Unless you're talking to Grand Oracle. I would imagine that's just on eldritchfoundry.com. Okay, we're going to get some over lighter. So now I could start maybe thinking about doing the lighter stuff on these rivets here. Now let's get this central bit here. Not too much of the lighter stuff. Come on, there we are again. It's almost a bit like almost like a floral type of a thing here. It's kind of part, I don't want to say mechanical. So everybody check out that link there, that Grand Oracle just shared again. Eldritch Foundry, it's a very handy thing. The Adepticon bust it's an Eldritch Foundry. I made it an Eldritch Foundry. Oh, and by the way, that file is also going to be available to the folks that take the class. We'll do this here. Also up there. Now we're getting into some of those latest lights here. Of course, we still have. They haven't messed with their fast matte white yet. Believe it or not, we still got that in the quiver there ish if we really need it. And I think on our Iron Sultanate guy, we'll probably break that out. Start to reinforce some of this stuff over here. Trying to create the sort of that semi-geometric pattern type of a thing going on here. So again, the special code thing, that is not now. That is not that won't be until potentially the end of February into March. And that would just be for the Patreon folks. So whatever things they've got going on now, that's an Eldritch Foundry thing exclusively. Got nothing to do with me. And even that, again, there's no exact date or anything like that. I wonder. Now let me go with this maybe. Thinking of bringing out more of the blue there, but that's this needs to have a little something on it. There's just nothing there. Yeah, we had to do something with that. There was nothing there. We were talking about orange. Well, that's kind of orangey. Get more Indian yellow in there, it's even more orangey. Not much of it, just a little bit of it in there. And now that's gonna work its way around here. And not too much of it, just every so often here, a little bit of that. Maybe you can see like some of it up there for whatever reason. If there's too much, we'll just wipe some of it away. Again, these are definitely going to need some of our fast matte white. Which we'll put out on the palette in just a little bit here. Yeah, we get some more orangey stuff over there. Nope, not on the casings. And more the green here. Back to my real dark stuff. Like there. Also over here. We hit this too. Yeah, there we are. A little more dark over there. Now, fast matte white. Which is this? To our lightest of lights we go. Start breaking that down, bring it over here. There. Blending brush. No, wait, let's get some of that stuff out of there first. Now I think it can work. So we're going to take this and just do a little bit of smushing that around. Hold you this way. And then we'll get some of this on also our little halo right here. I do like the staining that also kind of happened in this too. Yeah, there we go. Anything else here? Let's do that. So, yeah, let's get some more light maybe up here. Yeah, a couple little more lights there on our tracery and our window. Perhaps we'll be too crazy about getting our lights there. Well, actually, we could get some eyebrows here. That's fine. We can do that. We'll maybe use this here. Yeah, I'll also get my reference up there. I knew there was something on here. Let's do that here now. And that's almost almost semi dry brushed on there. A little darker. No, I guess I got a little more thinner in that. I think I'll bring that down and then up. Terrosa into no, that's let's get some of this, and push that down a little bit. There we go. Okay. Again, the expression on this one here is super important. That kind of more important than maybe usual. Alright, we still need more of our lighter stuff around the outside. What about, I think the eyebrows are good to go here. You know what, I'm going to actually darken down the eye lashes, for lack of a better term here. Yeah, like that. And like that. Oh yeah, Grand Oracle. Let's see, I think you had a chance to see most of the stigmatic stuff, right, Grand Oracle? That we definitely included some of the alkyd medium, the same stuff we've been using all along. Very, very little of it, though. Nowhere near as much as kind of what we've used in some of our past sessions. They're adding on our mostly Trench Crusade figs. Indian yellow plus this. Now we're talking. There was just a whole bunch of the lighter yellow there on our cross. And we are there. Chromium oxide green. Is this going to be too light? That's borderline on the too light side there. And also you can see we got a super, super light grip on the brush. No death grip on that brush. So I'm going to get me some of that green over here onto the cloth. A little bit of it there. Again, not a bunch, just a little bit here and there. And more of it there. Yep, that's better. Yeah, I'm liking that little bit of green in there. Fine, let's get it over here. It's almost like kind of an olive drab green there. Still got our Midas light that we can maybe add here. Yeah, maybe a couple little touches there to show that's more of a barbed wire thing, right, than a crown of thorns. It's a crown of barbed wire. Again, 5 hours, 31 minutes ago, there was only primer on these busts and nothing else. It was the dark brown Dino Res. I just brushed it on. No airbrush or anything like that. It's again the same. So that's what it was. It was that brown primer, and so was our Iron Sultanate character. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, let's get back to him with this really light stuff here. Since he's got all this metal stuff, that's really going to have, I think, yeah, look at that. See, it already has an impact right there. I'll do that here. So Grant Oracle, I guess they still have the paint sale, or, well, the winter sale at Dick Blick. I've got to remember to avail myself of the, what I think is the winter sale over at Dick Blick. Those didn't quite go where they were supposed to go. I'll just do that, and we'll try it again. Yeah, I wish you could do that with acrylic paints, don't you? Boom, and there we go. Again, just all set. I just remember kind of the legendary winter sale there, Grant Oracle, where I think that's where I was getting the fabulous cobalt teal bluish, and I forget, wasn't there something that you snagged there too that was kind of it was an upper level item there, but you were able to get it at just a fraction of what it normally was because it was that super fabulous winter sale. I don't know if that wasn't, I think that was probably 20, maybe it was 2024. I might have been, yeah, it might have been 2024. Again, trying to get some of the light here on these shell casings here. These yeah, the bullet casings. Now also here on some of these, and you can see we're kind of trying to create a these sort of hexagonal type shapes here. It's kind of like hexagons within hexagons. Again, with some of our light right up at the top of some of these metal bits here. Also there, and I think we should get, yeah, light along there. I know we put the dark in there. Now we can get there. Any light we put there is really going to have an impact now. I think, okay, yeah, we'll throw some couple little lights on these. Now that we put all the darks in there, I think we can do this now. what? I should probably... It's a little bit of light on that side, even though we've got a lot of the weathering powder in there. On this padded leather stuff, whatever here, maybe not quite so much there. We'll try this again a little bit more on our horizon line here. Our horizon line over there. Boom, look at that. Maybe even a little blending on the top edge of that. Then similar deal here. Now let me do this here. A couple little lines going across here because these are cylinders here. They're not not little rolls. We've got little cylinders here. All right. I think yeah. Let me try to get a little bit of that up here, and now back to the blending brush. We'll tap, tap, tap there. Can't try to create what is a bit like a hexagonal patterns. And now that I can start working down here. We're gonna be doing as much up there, so it's safe now to kind of maybe get at this bottom row down here. All right, some of that. And again, trying to create what almost is a bit like a this almost like a flower type shape here that's kind of made of hexagons or polygons or whatever gons or origami, I don't know. We have another one of these to do here like we did on the front here. Little bits of kind of glinty, lightened parts that we don't want, again, that to stand out too much. Otherwise, it's going to be taken away from, well, everything else, right? No, we don't want that. Okay, you can kind of see how that flower pad starts to emerge here. With just little subtle things added on. Also here. They get you a little more light in that as well. No, I'll leave those kind of on the stained side up there, those rivets. Again, I'd have to do a little bit of a search, but I just don't think there's any Trench Crusade bus out there, or if there is, it's very limited. Now, I also wanted to do an artillery witch bust. I'm just trying to think of a proper imagery. for something like that. And with really what I would want on the plinth, because again, the with these things, the plinth is every bit as important as what's sitting on top, if not almost more so. Artillery Witch just seemed to be a pretty important character. Twin R. Yeah, let's get that here. Also this. Also here. And likey that. Put you over there to hang out for a bit. Back down over here to my stained glass windows. Okay, so I was thinking I wasn't gonna make the glass any lighter. I don't think so. That might not be a. I don't think we'll make the glass too much lighter. Because I mean we're sort of on the outside, right, looking in. Gonna try and get some of the corners here a little more established. Hitting this up here. Yeah, now that we got the darker pearline black in there, I'm gonna lighten this up too. Up in our little spires there. We'll hit that. Yeah, let's get you. Back into this one here again. Unless I lighten up some of the little red ones there. Nah, I'll leave those alone. Oh, okay, these are tracery there. That can actually be lighter. Alright. And then this needs a little more definition right here. Let me see something here. I will try this Prussian blue. So some of our Prussian blue in there is, I mean, it's pretty dark. Trying to kind of separate the yellow and the red a little bit there at least. Yeah, I think I'm really glad I went with the blue on the Osarius thing there. That would not have been too fantastic if I go and say, well, with the red, that was what I was just for whatever reason initially thinking of that, and that would not have worked out very well. This, again, we're going to go super light there. We will take our blending brush here, and we're just going to go a little tap, tap, tap right there. Good to go. That 4 was a little bit dark. Considering the fold underneath it was lighter in the shadow area than it was and the thing sitting above it's like, I probably should make that a little lighter. Then I'm just saying. No, I'm not gonna make that any any lighter. Maybe not on the... Ooh, okay, let me see the upper lip here. Right over here. Plus on that side. And I think we want the... Again, this is also an edge contrast thing. With the blood stuff here, that's a super soft blend on the cheek, and then we got this really like a sharp line whoosh, cutting right through that. It's another form of contrast, edge contrast. We talked about it. There are many forms of contrast. Okay, light versus dark, sure, value contrast, it's a thing. But so is saturation contrast. Temperature contrast, warm or cold. Color contrast, right? Red versus green. You can have a temperature contrast of green versus green. You can have a very warm green. Oh, actually, there's this. All right, here we go. Yeah. We have warmer greens. We have kind of a cooler turquoise green. And then we have blues. Even in our blues, we have blue that was more red, more violet, more whatever. Get our, yep, a bit more of our light in there, also over there, and here too. Come on, that's more like it. Might also, blending brush, just tone that down. Fast about white again. In here, and I was thinking about painting some cracks and such in the plant, but and that's, we already have all this going on. Do we need that much more happening? I mean, clearly the major action is supposed to be here, so we should stick with that. Also need to get some dark here. Yeah, that just to refine what was going on there. Okay, better. Where's the... Okay, here's my fast matte white again. Trying to, again, lighten up this just a little bit of the tracery, not tracery. At least it did not sleep stream, which is impressive. I believe there's, I don't know, 3.5 hours sleep tops, something like that. And well, now we've been doing this for almost 6 hours, and yet no sleep streaming. Taking that a little bit further up that way, yeah. Perhaps a little more chips of something there. Again, not necessarily going to do a whole bunch of cracks, but if I do this, see, kind of like broken little edge highlights, it kind of insinuates maybe a little bit of a chip. It's chippiness. It's getting chippy out there. Not too much. Not a problem. We'll do that. Also a little bit on that side too. back to our Iron Sultanate. You know what? There's one little wacky thing in the eyelid on this side. Okay, there we go. Even just that little bit helps to refine that a little more. What about the top of this here? Oh, alright, there you go. I thought I'd already done this. Nope, hadn't done this yet. Now we're talking. Okay. It's like, why does that not quite have the oomph that I thought it was going to? Well, we didn't put the oomph in there. Now we got the oomph. In the form of the fast mat weight oomph. Also on this side, it kind of insinuates maybe a little like polished leather or something right here. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf, if you want to post the, why don't you post your Instagram link there, the latest Instagram from Armored Wolf Productions. Again, the fabulous dice bags. Go get yourself some fabulous custom dice bags. Yeah, well, now we're talking. Okay, a little more light in there. Again, trying to create more of our, cut more patterns within the patterns here. Maybe a couple of these rivets should be lighter. And then some of our barbed wire here might also, again, do the same thing. Hit a couple of little edges on that to make it look like, and some of the weathering has been weathered away. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Armored Wolf just shared. Again, go buy yourself lots of fabulous dice bags. Custom dice bags. Check out all the really massive, all the stitching, the tooling, the metalwork, all that stuff. Bring in some of that over here again. I think especially on the front panel, sort of important. Now we're going to take, where's the, either the umber and or asphaltum. We shall try both of those together here. Let's see what we have. How dark is this? Oh, that is not too shabby. Okay. Again, trying to indicate a little. Right, there's a little bit of depth there, a little dimension. Might even introduce a little bit of our coal black there, mixed with the Indian yellow. Okay, here, let me carve away a couple. This on the front, and we gotta do a similar thing back here. Not too much though. Cannot be too much. And that can happen really quick here too. Nope, too much there. Also this way. You know what? I want to see. Now, this is a little bit of a value test here, so I'm going to take this one perhaps, and I am going to. That's a little too big. That's a bit too big. I'll just go back to this one here. Let me humor me while I do this. So we're just going to take a little bit of this here. That's not our blackest black. Lately, we've been using this right here. How you doing there, Krugs? Great to see you again. So, Krugs, we've been having some fun with a couple more of our Trench Crusade busts. I would think next Saturday I would try to do a couple more of our Trench Crusade busts. Not sure which ones they might be, but I think we're going to try and do some. I'll also be doing a tutorial video for sure on one of our busts this week. Thanks, Kruger. Appreciate that. Wow. Oh, yeah. I'm glad I did this. Okay. Yeah. So this is. Yeah. That's much lighter than I thought it was. Oh, wow. Look at that. Well, this is still pretty much the original primer right there. That is almost untouched after 4 hours, almost 6 hours now. All right. Let's put you away. So again, 5 hours and 57 minutes ago, these two busts, there's no stained glass, no mosaic patterns, no stigmata, none of that stuff. Oh, there's some water in here. Okay. So Kruger, I hope that all is well, and of course, well, happy Sunday now. Happy Sunday. So Kruger, a lot of it is all about, about the teaching. A lot of it is about the teaching. Like here, so this small version, we did this on stream. It was essentially a color test for a tutorial series. So this is after episode 1. Episode 2 is going to be about drawing out the freehand, probably transferring it, and episode 3 is going to be painting the freehand. So it's kind of it morphs into both things, kind of at the same time. The last, well, let's see, we actually had the small figure too, but this was what I painted on stream last night. The night before that was this right here, our Arwen flats. 2 different types of flats there. Now the big thing, Kruger, is it's the Patreon page. That's where we have all of the tutorials and such. What we're now trying to do is essentially create my own miniatures here that can be offered as part of the Patreon page, so that folks on the Patreon page don't have to go, well, okay, that's great. Now there's like 20 other Patreons I need to buy stuff from just to be able to follow along on the lessons here. And I thought, well, okay, now I have a way to sort of, well, you don't have to do that anymore. I thought, well, we should try that. We should try that, and of course, well, show folks how that's done in addition to everything else. Because, yeah, the tutorial is definitely a big part of everything. Even the streams themselves end up being, well, very much like a super long extended tutorial. In this case, again, now 6 hours. you know what? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can't sneak a little bit of this back here. So hopefully your Sunday is off to a fabulous start. That could use a little mid-tone-ish or something. Same over there. And again, we utilized our weathering powders here on the plant, just like we did on our first one. Somehow I kept thinking like, okay, this is like our fourth or fifth Trench Crusade, but no, this is only our second and third, these two here. I am also working on well, you saw the before version. I'm working on a whole line of before and after ring wraiths. The 9 wraiths. I've also got Kamul, working on the Dark Marshal, working on the Knight of Umbar, working on the Undying. And here is this is the before version of our Kamul, the Easterling. So Vita, you could do the was that the $5 painting pyramid pledge. You could do that. The one I always recommend, you might as well just get the army painting, because the army painting also encompasses the basing. It encompasses everything, and it's 15. And of course, there's not just the oil painting. There's plenty of acrylic stuff too. There's Now we got to be getting close to 2,700 hours worth of videos there, so there's going to be something to meet every possible need or whatever. No problem there, Vite. And of course, Vite, I always recommend starting out with the color theory in oils videos. You know, there's sometimes there's barely even a miniature being painted in those, but they're doing the color charts, kind of exploring the different colors, how they work together, maybe other alternatives to things. Where we say, okay, these like the Paul Rubens. I think I've done at least four color theory and oils that are very specifically targeted towards the Paul Rubens. The painting pyramid videos, essentially that feeds into the army painting. So see you later there, Camda. See you later. Everybody please give... Hey, Camda, why don't you share your stuff one more time? Yeah, share that one more time before you head on out there. Great to see you there, Camda. Think of those painting pyramid episodes as building blocks. Things that are learned and tried and tested in those episodes, well, that ends up getting applied to the army painting series. There's also, again, other series like the chapter study series where we paint different Space Marine chapters. We've got a vehicles workshop series. I think we've done 7 of those now, 8 of those, whatever. The last one was a Trench Crusade vehicle. Those are multi-part episodes. I got a Space Wolf, basically like a Space Wolf's Land Raider, in the current series. Obviously, painting busts, painting flats. We have a printing workshop where we talk about, well, how we make these things. And again, we strongly recommend doing the color charts, because again, it's more than just, okay, what does the color look like? It's how does it interact? How does it compare to others that you would kind of maybe consider kind of in the same vein or whatever? Like what we did, the comparison between the Paul Rubens and the Gamlin, whatchamacallit colors there, the Gamlin Radiant colors. And also we were doing a little, like a staining test too. Is that okay? Do they really have the staining power? The Alkids, that's where we found out they really don't. That is why we do the darker primer method with said Alkids, just like we did here. Started out with the darker primer, did the lighter dry brush stuff, went in to do the kind of some of the darker glaze stuff again. Let me try to lighten up the end of this. Yeah, okay. I think we'll just maybe I'll do that. Yeah, let's catch some more. Ooh, okay, that was a little too heavy. A little too much on there. Edges of the casings also need a little more light on them there. Okay, let's get some light on that and some light on that. And then a little reflected light now. Come on. This, especially these ones where you can see the bottom. And also this here, right? It would, one shell casing would reflect onto the next one, would it not? So there you go. Also, let me get some of this right here. And again, taking the very deep dives into the freehand. Right, where, we were kind of going from, again, from the concept to the view, and then the transferring onto the vehicle. That was a 6-part series. It ended up with weathering. Yeah, where we mixed our own homemade mud using plaster and oil paint. Might as well. That's what MIG ammo does. Found that out the hard way. Especially when all of the it was the heavier mud that all just dried up in the jar. As soon as I opened the jars, boom, that stuff all dried up. And I went, well, yeah, that's just plaster in there. Just like our homemade texture paste, that's part of what I got, like 80 different basing episodes. Well, 80 different basing episodes plus, what, 48 army painting series, where guess what episode 1 is? Basing. So technically, I got closer to, what 100 and 130-ish, because some of the diorama ones, well, that's kind of basing there as well. Or the large scale, sometimes the first episode is basing there. So there is you could probably say there's close to 160 different basing episodes. See you later there, Inganes. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Cam just shared, but now Inganes is going to share an Instagram link. Everybody please give Inganes a follow. So best to everything there, Inganes. We'll see you on your Tuesday, my Monday, I believe. Wish me luck there, Inganes. Maybe we actually will have the first of our Middle Earth War at Sea ships ready to go. It's possible. I guarantee nothing. I guarantee absolutely nothing except that I will give it the best shot that I can. Whatever happens from that point is what happens. Where are we at with this? Here, get some of that Mars yellow deep all along here, also there. That's that green not quite as light as what I was expecting it to be. Get rid of some of that. And of course, one of our latest exercises, speaking of busts, was this one right here. So this is all done with the oil paint. We split this thing right dead down the center. Half of it is done in true metallic, the other half is done in non-metallic. And that's actually the second time we've done a type of thing like that, but at least here, Now, it's a more appropriate type of file because it was symmetrical, and you also then don't have to say purchase. This was the first time we did that exercise, but you can see there's all this non-metal stuff, and it's also not really symmetrical. That was we split it right down the middle. Half of it was done in true metallic, the other half in non-metallic, and all done with the oils. Yeah, the whole point of that was to kind of show that doesn't that there's no difference really between the two. Metal reflections are metal reflections are metal reflections. I don't care whether you got metal stuff in there or not. Then we've got, again, some of our large scale series that are, get 3, 4 episodes. There was the giant conquest monster. That was a 4 episode series. That also encompassed, again, testing out those water washable oils there on them. And again, things were learned. Stuff that I could show folks about those. Where it's like, yeah, they don't necessarily do quite what you think they do. Sure. Let's get a little more light down there. Also there. So get those little reflections. That is basically the casings reflecting off of one another. But now, as it gets to be, now we're getting closer to 6.5 hours here. I think we are going to say our thank yous to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations again. Also going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. I don't even remember if we had any raids or not. I do not know. I don't think so. Maybe we did. If we did, thanks for the raids. These again are Trench Crusade busts that I made. You're not going to be able to get them anywhere else. They're not going to be on my mini factory. They're not going to be on Colts 3D. They're not going to be on Thingiverse. None of those places. Because I don't have time to have one of those kind of shops going in addition to everything else. There's no time. Oh, thanks, Kroogs. Appreciate that. It was, here. We just used some of our weathering powders here. Very much like what we did here. So we can see that's kind of the same deal. Now, a little bit more of a rust here. Here, more of a dust. Here we go. So yeah, just some weathering powder. Oh, here we go. So just some weathering powders right there. So thanks, Erit, and again, best of luck on the the early Saturday dual stream there. I'm gonna get our little raid countdown started here. Oh, let's bring back Stiggy. There we go. So that is 6 hours 14 minutes there. Yeah, and the fact that if you mix them when the oils are still wet, right, they're just gonna cure right along with the oil paints. It kind of just fuses them to the surface. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you all on hopefully on Monday.